And they're off. Sunday began splendidly. On the outside, You So Money, baby. Puts the head in front from Shaman's Prodigy. The hot favorite, Scarazano, rolls up the inside, and Kelsey Harn, Innovate, are shadowing that one. Those first four speed away, and they've gone 4.5 lengths clear of Timber Lady. The Minnesota bred is in last. Up the barn side they go with You So Money, baby, dueling with Shaman's Prodigy. Inside comes Scarazano. Outside of that one still is Innovate in a good tracking position. Now 7 more lengths. Back to Timber Lady. They went 23-4 to that opening quarter mile. It's still You So Money, baby, from Shaman's Prodigy. The long shot, Innovate, is catching the eye in third. Scarazano under the stick, trying to keep up with those front markers, and still nothing from Timber Lady. And You So Money, baby, and Zeke Laura trying to take them flag fall to That's All. They head to the top of the Canterbury stretch with the race to win or lose. You So Money, baby, from Shaman's Prodigy. Now Scarazano gets off the rail and starts to kick it into the final football field. Shaman's Prodigy inside. Outside comes Scarazano. Still in between is You So Money, baby. They come to the wire. Scarazano and inside tight with Shaman's Prodigy. Photo to start the day. And they're off. Very tardy start for Mad Grace. She lost 4 lengths at the beginning. Why Not Sizzle shows keen early speed. On the outside, so does Good Mongolia. And in between is Pluma. The last horse away is Embarrassing, the Chicago shipper. It's Pluma who assumes control and leads it by a neck from Good Mongolia. They speed by the judges and open up a 4-length lead from Why Not Sizzle. According to Aspen, has got 6 lengths to make up, and after that slow beginning, Harry Hernandez has got Mad Grace up into a decent spot, just 6 from the leaders. Then it's Looking So Lucky and Zeke, and at the back of the pack is Embarrassing. 22-3. Very alacritive opening quarter mile. The field is covered by 8 lengths, and Pluma, the long shot at 20-1, leads it by a desperate neck. Another long shot is Good Mongolia, who tracks that one. Why Not Sizzle in the garden spot in third. Another long shot. Then it's, according to Aspen, Mad Grace and the Hot Jockey, the hot favorite Looking So Lucky, and still nothing from the Chicago Steamer, Embarrassing. 47 flat. They try to slow things down into the far turn, and Pluma now opens up a 2.5 length lead. Good Mongolia is doing the moonwalk, and here comes Looking So Lucky, who catches the eye. Why Not Sizzle up the inside, and the complexion starts to change as the back markers make their move, and Pluma says, come get me, top of the Canterbury stretch. Pluma at a price. Pluma's off by 3. Why Not Sizzle? Here comes Looking So Lucky. Mad Grace and the Hot Jockey got blocked. What an awful trip for that horse. Now here comes the favorite Looking So Lucky to take the lead. Looking So Lucky, and Looking So Lucky saved the best for last, and the People's Choice scores. And they're off. The field came off nicely. As expected, Weston's Wildcat shows that keen early speed along with Magoo and Quantum Leap, who's going to get spun about 5 wide. The favorite wide into that first turn as Weston's Wildcat gets over to save all that ground on the inside and is tracked by Magoo. Tonka Warrior inside, right behind those front markers, and Beckett's Lucky Day advances now into third. At the back of the pack is Joker Matt, but the field compact. 4 lengths would cover them from front to back. They go 23-4 for the opening quarter mile, and Magoo takes the late money and goes off as the favorite, and now goes ahead and takes that lead away from Weston's Wildcat, who's right back at him on the inside, and a speed duel ensues on the front. Tonka Warrior saving all that ground, waiting. Outside is Quantum Leap, held together nicely. And Beckett's Lucky Days shaken up in between horses. Joker Matt would have 5 lengths to make up. They go 47 and 3 to the half mile, and nothing gives on the front end. Weston's Wildcat making life tough on Magoo. They've gone back and forth for the lead, and now here comes Quantum Leap trying to reap the benefits from the outside. Tonka Warriors all dressed up, got nowhere to go. It looks like one of these fours. They bank around the turn and head to the top of the Canterbury stretch, and Magoo puts the head in front. It's Magoo from a very pesky Weston's Wildcat. Tonka Warrior now gets out, and they charge down that stretch. Magoo still cannot get away from Weston's Wildcat, who's been bugging him all the way, and now finally Magoo shrugs him off and sails on to victory. Mr. Magoo, you say? Indeed. And they're off. Their 11 furlong journey begins nicely with Looking for 8 showing speed. It's a Boy reaping the benefits of that inside post, stays there, saving ground. And now from the outside, Tales of the Tall moves into third. Inside that one comes Flat Out Winner. Stitzy off the pace today from 5 lengths. Then it's inside to Robinson. Outside of that one comes Noble Pursuit. At the back of the pack are Boudreaux Talkin and Zumarudi. Very leisurely pace so far set by Kelsey Haar and It's a Boy. And Kelsey takes the lead now through an opening quarter mile that goes 25 and 1. Looking for 8, content to track from second. Then we come back to Flat Out Winner. Outside of that one is Tales of the Tall. Some traffic in behind there with Robinson next. Stitzy, the Minnesota bred's got 6 to make up. Then it's inside to Zumarudi, who's out of last, then Noble Pursuit, and at the back of the pack is Boudreaux Talkin. They've got another lap to go as they run by the judges. The pace still very slow to develop, and Looking for 8 and the hot jock Harry Hernandez start to put some pressure on It's a Boy, and they pick up the pace as they head to the barn side for the final time. Zumarudi was once in last and now all the way up to third. Outside of that one comes Flat Out Winner. Making a move right now is Tales of the Tall. The others are still content to wait for their best run, including Noble Pursuit, who's on the inside, Robinson, Stitzy, and still nothing from Boudreaux Talkin. A pedestrian 1:16 and 1. Couldn't be going any slower here in this pace on this turf race at 11 furlongs, and It's a Boy has led every step of the way. It's a Boy by a neck, Looking for 8 now, making the move, and look at Stitzy, once in 6th in a couple of strides, right up there to the joint lead. Stitzy's now putting the pressure on. The Minnesota bred is on the move. It's a Boy has something left. So does Looking for 8. Behind those horses comes Zumardi, and the complexion changes as they bend around that turn, and Stitzy puts the heat on those front markers, and Looking for 8 shaking up to keep up. It's a Boy and Kelsey still there. Top of the Canterbury stretch they come, and Stitzy straight and strong to the lead, but Looking for 8 saves something on the inside. Behind comes Noble Pursuit. It's a Boy can't keep up. Zumardi's charging, and still Looking for 8 is there. Looking for 8 inside, Stitzy to the outside. They run down to the wire. Inside, give it to Looking for 8 by a desperate nose. What a horse race. And they're off. Quick out of the gate comes Noel's Angel to a quick 3-length lead. Charlie's Missile up the inside. I Think I Love You right there in among those second packs. Then Sweet Secret, followed by Runner's Heat. On the outside is Rose Hill Road, and the last horse away is Voodoo Fire. Noel's Angel opened up that 3-length lead and still has it from the long shot Charlie's Missile. The favorite, I Think I Love You, has 3 lengths to make up. Then it's Sweet Secret, followed by Runner's Heat. Outside of horses going for a run is Rose Hill Road. Then it's Exodus and Hope. The others have work to do. 22 flat, and Noel's Angel is off by 6. Look at Noel's Angel. The long shot, Charlie's Missile, still in with a chance. Runner's Heat is closing in. I Think I Love You has a lot of work to do as they run down that Canterbury stretch. And Noel's Angel starting to get tired, but is doing so with a big lead. I Think I Love You out of the crowd. Voodoo Fire flying from the back of the pack. Can this horse get there? Noel's Angel from Voodoo Fire, who's flying. It's still Noel's Angel. Voodoo Fire. Voodoo Fire. Yes! From the back of the pack. And Harry Hernandez has done it again. And they're off. A stumble for War Music, who falls back to last. Nobody keen to actually separate and get the lead, so off-ramp is going to take it. Off-ramp to the inside of Betty's Bar. Outside comes Christmas Poem. Then it's Jackie's Irish Dream and Harry Hernandez, just 3 lengths from those leaders. Amazing Lace is next in 5th. Up the rail comes the closer, Chai Tea. And then the slow-starting Gray, War Music. It is off-ramp, the favorite, with Echoberry, who assumes control, but it's just a half length. It's a pressured pace by Betty's Bar and Christmas Poem to the outside. Hernandez and Jackie's Irish Dream are starting to close in from 3 lengths behind. So is Amazing Lace, and Chai Tea is looking for a seam to the inside. 21-4. It's been a fast pace set by off-ramp. Betty's Bar clinging to that one. Those two better brace for the closers. Here comes Harry Hernandez with Jackie's Irish Dream. Off-ramp shaken up by Rye Echoberry as they run down that Canterbury stretch. And still leading it is off-ramp from Betty's Bar, who's tried to get by the entire race. Jackie's Irish Dream is stabbing late. Off-ramp trying to get to the wire. Jackie's Irish Dream. Off-ramp, Jackie's Irish Dream. Too tight. Another photo. Oh my. Harry Hernandez might have done it again. And they're off. Tardy start for Wrexham. Fast start for Harry Hernandez and Swirling Wine. Up the inside comes Crystal Conning. And that's Mia Baby, who assumes control. Chaos Magic is next. Then we come back to Summer Fireflies. Behind that one is Up Your Game. Outside is 9 Crowns. Then Wrexham. And at the back of the pack, Miss Tater Tot. 7 lengths from front to back, and they're all chasing Crystal Conning and the speedy Mia Baby. Chaos Magic and Kelsey out after that one. Hernandez and Swirling Wine, a menacing second now. In behind horses is 9 Crowns and Summer Fireflies as they head to the top of the Canterbury stretch. And Mia Baby says, you better pick up your feet from here. Mia Baby trying to take them all the way. Inside is Chaos Magic. Outside comes Summer Fireflies. Mia Baby from Summer Fireflies drifting out, tired, but still leading. Mia Baby all the way. And they're off. Tardy start for Briar Thicket. Fast start for In the Misty Moonlight. And the Big Gray Cougar. Up the inside comes Never Own Sparkle. Then in between horses is All Native. Outside is Brahms Is Who. after that slow beginning. Briar Thicket is at the back of the pack. 9 lengths stretch this field from front to back. And Miguel Arroyo, and in the misty moonlight, trying to steal the show and leading by a length. Cougar and the Q tracking that one coyly. Long shot Navarone Sparkles got 4 to make up. Then it's Brahms is who's starting to make a nice mid-race move. So is Briar Thicket. All Native is looking for a place to go. As they bank around that turn, here comes Cougar to put the heat on in the misty moonlight. Cougar's poking the big gray head in front. Arroyo getting busy on in the misty moonlight, trying to fight back. And on the outside, Brahms is who, top of the Canterbury stretch, and Cougar takes the lead. Cougar from in the misty moonlight. Then it's Briar Thicket and Brahms is who, and All Native trying to close in from far back, but it's all about Cougar and Alonso Quinones. They're going to speed away and steal the show in race 8. It finishes 7, 5, 2, and 4. And they're off. Naughty, naughty. Not a good break out of the gate. Ghost of Genevieve with that patented speed puts the neck in front and opens up a 1-length lead from Knight's Honor and Olivion. In between horses is End Isles, and at the back of the pack is Stone Arch Bridge. They speed into that far turn. Ghost of Genevieve and the Hot Jock looking for his 5th, leading it from Olivian. And Isles clinging to the rail, followed by Knight's Honor from the back of the pack. Stone Arch Bridge catches the eye. Stone Arch Bridge is closing in fast. Olivian puts the head in front. Ghost of Genevieve on the inside. Then we come back to End Isles. Keep an eye on Stone Arch Bridge. Stone Arch Bridge is flying way from the back of the pack. Here they come. Stone Arch Bridge and Sophia Barandella one more time, trying to hold on as End Isles. Stone Arch Bridge. End Isles battles back. End Isles right back at him on the inside. End Isles and Zeke Laura in time. And they're off. Tardy start for Buckster Hooter, who missed it and loses 5 lengths. As expected, he could go all the way. Shows that early speed. Outside of that one comes Big League Benny. Inside, most satisfactory. Had to check a little bit there. And the last horse away, slow starting Buckster Hooter. He could go all the way, leading it comfortably by a half length. Yak cutting into that lead. On the wide side is the favorite, Shotgun Rider, going to go 5 wide to the barn side. In between horses is Alley Cat. Then it's Big League Benny, most satisfactory, and a big gap of 7 lengths now to the trailer, the Minnesota bred Buckster Hooter. They went 24-1 to the opening quarter mile, and they're up the barn side with He Could Go All the Way, rationed down nicely by Miguel Arroyo and leading it by a neck. Yak clings to that one. Then we're back to Alley Cat. Way outside is Shotgun Rider, going to be caught 4 wide throughout the early part of this race and into the far turn. Most satisfactory is shaken up. Buckster Hooter's trying to close in, and so is Big League Benny, but they've got work to do. And now Yak puts the nose in front. Inside as He Could Go All the Way. Shotgun Rider on the class drop, trying to reap the benefits of these two dueling. And Yak is 15-1, and Yak takes the lead from He Could Go All the Way as they turn down the Canterbury stretch. And Yak and Sophia Barandella kick away and lead by 2. He Could Go All the Way did the dirty work early, but can't keep up late. From the back is Big League Benny. Shotgun Rider's a beaten favorite. They run down to the wire, and it's the long shot. Yak! Yakety yak! Don't talk back. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. Good afternoon and welcome to beautiful Canterbury Park here in Shakopee, Minnesota, where the main track is fast. And the turf?
The turf is firm, people. The turf is firm.
If you'll take out your programs, we'll go over the changes on tonight's 11-race program. And we'll start in race number 1 with a jockey change in the first race. Number 1, it was the Devil's Idea, now written by Lindy Wade. Wade rides the 1 in race 1. A plethora of scratches in race 2. Scratch the 3, Wild Invasion, the 5, Anna A. Lee, the 7, Danzig with Royalty, and the 9, Northern Charmer. Scratch 3, 5, 7, and 9. With those scratches, no superfecta wagering in race 2. Third race, free and clear. In the fourth race, we have a scratch of number 8, Sharpened. Race 4, we're scratching the 8. Moving on to race 5, a bunch of scratches in the 5th. In the 5th, take out the 2, Mountain Pine, the 9, Magic Castle, the 11, Mark in Greeley, and the 13, Empty Holster. Scratch 2, 9, 11, and 13. Moving forward to race 6. In the 6, scratch the 6, Can He Storm, the 8, Take Me Up Brady, and the 11, Turn the Switch. In race 6, take out 6, 8, and 11. On to the 7th race, where we have a scratch of number 3, El Centenario. Race 7, scratch 3. Races 8 and 9 are free and clear. No changes in races 8 or 9. Moving forward to race 10, where we start the quarter horses with the late daily double with the Qs. In race number 10, scratch the 3, Find a Rider. Race 10, scratch 3. Jockey change on number 5, PR Little Miss Guns, make the jockey Ramiro Garcia. Garcia on the 5, take out the 3, all in race 10. Race 11 is free and clear of changes. Up next, it's Jeff Madej. It's Angela Herman. We take a look at the goings-on at the park and handicap some races. It's Today at the Races, and it's headed your way next.
Well, hey, everybody. Welcome to Canterbury Park. Another beautiful day for racing. I'm Jeff Madej. I'm joined by Angela Herman. We're going to preview tonight's card. We're also going to take a quick look back at last week because what a week it was, Angela. We had stakes. It was called Stakes Week. It was the second stakes week of the meet. It was a lot of major things took place, including Saturday night, Made in Minnesota. We got to see a mare named Ready to Run Away win the Glitter Star for the fourth consecutive time. This is a racehorse. She's done remarkable things since being claimed back in 2019. She's won 13 of 23 starts. She's the second all-time leading money earner in the history of Canterbury Park, which is pretty cool. Ready to Run Away. Let's take a look.
Bait and Ready to Run Away have 3 on Hot as a Pistol and Molly's Angel as they charge down that Canterbury stretch, and Ready to Run Away showing all her class inside. Echoberry busy on her. Outside, Roman and Clickbait. Molly's Angel in with a chance. Into the final football field. Ready to Run Away still there. She's so game. Clickbait one last try. 4 times in a row. Yes, Ready to Run Away wins the Glitter Star Stakes.
Such a gutty performance there by Ready to Run Away. Ange, what do you think we'll see her do on festival night? Now, there's long on the turf, and then there's the sprint. She can do both. She can run on anything. Where do you think she goes?
I would just guess that she goes wherever Clickbait doesn't. So I'd probably say long on the turf. That would be my guess. I think that she'll have to deal with Midnight Current, another very versatile runner, but it would be interesting to see those two match up in there because that is a strength of both of theirs. I don't think that either one would be vulnerable against each other because they can adapt to different paces. They can adapt to different surfaces. Doesn't really matter. That would be an excellent matchup. But we do have a very deep field of older fillies and mares. But we also had a deep group of 3-year-olds that ran in the Oaks and the 3-year-old colts in the Derby. Those were also features of Made in Minnesota night. Very full field for the Oaks, but even in the Derby, it was very contentious, even though we didn't have quite as many entrants. Love the Nest was one of 2 from the Lothenbach connection. They took it right down to the wire. That was a very exciting edition of the Minnesota Derby.
You know, we'll take a look at that shortly here, but Love the Nest last year after winning the Northern, the Futurity, right? If I would have said you can have 3-2 in the Derby, you would have signed up last year. Now, this year, here we doubt what's going on. The horse wins at Hawthorne. There's an absence. We don't see him running. He's flat when he runs in the Victor Myers, but last Saturday, when Minnesota Derby was run, $100,000 on the line, we got to see what that horse was made of. Now it's your turn to have a look.
Oscar cannot keep up. Top of the Canterbury stretch in the Minnesota Derby. Dr. Oscar's right back at him. Love the Nest on the outside. These two heads apart. Couple lengths back is Cuz Vinny's a Canuck into the final furlong. Love the Nest. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck is charging. The Lothenbachs have it cornered. Cuz Vinny's a Canuck is coming to get his stablemate. Love the Nest braces for the challenge. Here's the wire. Too tight. I think Love the Nest got the bob. The Lothenbach horse's photo in the Minnesota Derby. Oh my.
Oh my, indeed. Heck of a performance there by Love the Nest, and I'm looking forward to see where he ends up because we also saw Alligator Hunter, who I think is a sprinter, but one going long. So festival day, everyone's going to kind of find their spot to run, but Love the Nest is for real.
Right, and he very much is for real going short and going long, the best of his generation as he showed in the Derby. But when you look down the road with either of those two horses in the Minnesota Derby that ran 1-2, what do you think ultimately will be their strengths? I thought that maybe because Vinny's a Canuck could go over to turf and do the same thing, but he's been very good around 2 turns, whereas Love the Nest has done everything asked of him and showed it all in the Derby.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a surprise if they ran Cuz Vinny's a Canuck in the turf in the Blair's Cove on festival day, and I would assume Alligator Hunter goes back to sprinting, where I believe Tim Padilla thinks that horse is the best. I mean, he is so good right now is in the Minnesota bred field of horses that I hope that they can find a spot for him to sprint maybe out of state sometime this winter, because I'd love to see how much talent he has against some tougher competition, maybe even a graded race. Why not? At some point, you got to take these Minnesota breds and try them elsewhere.
Why not?
Now, jockeys and trainers, we're going to take a look at the standings here for the Thoroughbreds and for the quarter horses, but quite a week last week.
Ooh, yes, quite a week, and you heard the name Harry Hernandez a lot. Yes, he won 9 altogether, extending his advantage to 10 over Luis Fuentes in second. Lindy Wade, another 10 back in third. And then you get kind of a drop-off in the mounts, but we're still pretty close with Alonso Quinones. Zeke Lara having an excellent meet. He's made his way up into the top 5, and Carlo Lopez just one behind him. Some new faces, some old faces, and a good mix in that room, but Harry Hernandez with such a big weekend. Again, 9 to be exact, wins for him. Coming back off a little respite, he was out of town, came right back, and got back on the horse. 10 ahead of Luis Fuentes in the jockey standings. Trainers, still close. It's kind of been this way throughout. They're well clear of Carl Broberg and Tony Rengstorff in third, but Mac Robertson now is taking the advantage back from Joel Berndt. They've traded jabs up top, and they're 46 and 45 wins respectively at this point in the season. High percentages on different surfaces too. Joel and Carl have had excellent meets on the turf. Mac Robertson, especially with his Minnesota breds, has had an excellent season on the main track and on the turf too, but a higher percentage for both Berndt and Carl Broberg on that surface. That's a look at the thoroughbred side of things, and it's going to be close probably right up to the end. That's what we say every time that we see these, because they don't seem to separate from each other. They just stay trading jabs at the top of the standings.
Absolutely, and the quarter horses, too. Those might be decided now.
Yeah. I mean, they took early leads, that being Edwin Escobedo and Jason Olmstead, and they've maintained that advantage. Now, Ismael Suarez Ricardo and Luis Valenzuela both tied in second, but Edwin Escobedo I don't think has gotten more or less than like 5 wins in front of them. Same thing with Jason Olmstead, but Mallory Norton had a big weekend, and she had a couple of stakes wins to get herself a little bit closer to Jason Olmstead. Still 9 behind, but with half the entrance. You can see that with the starts for both barns. She's had an excellent meet herself. Vic Hansen a little ways behind them in third, but Mallory Norton has had an excellent breakout season up here, and it's nice to see some of the owners that she brings in there too. It's just, a little competition, and they had a lot of fun with it. Very emotional winner's circle when they won those stakes. So good to see nice people win.
Absolutely, absolutely. Now, if you haven't checked out the Canterbury Park blog, you should do so, because there's a lot of great behind-the-scenes stories there, whether it be a recap of the weekend. You've got stories about the day in the life of the racehorse. That's coming up. Just some interviews with people behind the scenes. Yeah, it's a lot of fun, though. And if you're interested in the sport, you want to learn about some of the personalities, some of the jockeys and trainers here, or just maybe upcoming races, things of that nature. Canterbury Park .com/blog, as Kevin Gorg will tell you, is the place to go. Now, we had a chance this week to talk with trainer Larry Donlin, who's been at this game for a long, long time. It was really a fun interview. You're to see a little piece of it here, but go to the blog to get the full interview. The guy's he's 80 years old. He's been in the game for 60 years, but he's got a lot to say. Let's take a look.
Well, it probably started when I was about 5 or 6 when I went to the races, or got going with my grandpa every summer. My dad was in the service, and I was living with my grandparents, and he was a horse trainer. And he started at Exarban every year and just raced till I had a cat. He didn't go to. Well, Fauner actually wasn't there at the time. I think it started in '55 before it started, but that's when it started. But when I started actually training was in '72. I got to buy my first horse in 1965. And you know about the gambling end of it. I cashed a little ticket and took home the the cash and told my wife, don't spend it. She said, why? I said, got to cover that check I bought that horse with. That started it.
That's just a short clip of what you could see about Larry Donlin. Jeff Madej and his team know the people around here. They get the story, and they do an excellent job. If you have not checked out the blog, go check it out today. Now, back to today's race card. Waiting all the way to the end for the play of the day. That is second-time starter Shine On Piloto. She's going to make her second start today because she didn't make it over for the Northlands trials. She was actually entered in the trials for the Northlands Futurity. Little mishap on the way over. Had to scratch that day, but she draws the outside hole, and she dives back in at 300 yards. This filly was very sharp out of the gate in her debut. If she runs anything like that, she, Edwin Escobedo, and Jason Olmstead should find themselves in the winner's circle in start number 2. That's race 11 today, number 6, Shine On Piloto.
Well, we've got a lot of wagering before that, Angela, including the post-time pick 4 that starts in race number 1, a 10% takeout. That's the lowest takeout on a pick 4 wager, probably in the universe, exactly. And same thing for our pick 5. The pick 5 begins today in race number 5, 10% takeout, and that could lead to some giant payouts. Now, what's tonight look like? I know Paul has got a sneaky big price early in the card. I'm sure that you've got some as well, but if we can beat some of these favorites, even though favorites are winning at a 42% clip right now at Canterbury, and really nationwide, it's been a chalky summer. But if we can beat 1 or 2, you can see those payoffs escalate. What's your prediction tonight? Chalk or bombs?
I think that there's a possibility for some bombs. I think that there's some vulnerable favorites, at least in the pick 5 sequence. So definitely take a second look at that. Early on in the card, though, you're going to want to take a look at some of our 2-year-old races. Races 2 and 4 were a split for Minnesota-bred 2-year-old fillies. Might give you a little insight as to what's coming for the Northern Northern Lights debutant. We've seen a handful of fillies debut. We're going to see another tonight, and we do have some scratches out of race number 2, but things did mostly stay intact for race number 4. Take note of those if you are going to be following along with more Minnesota bred stakes later in the summer, because at least a couple of these names are probably going to show up in the debutante. So I would pay close attention for future endeavors, including future contests. And we're going to be having a big contest at the end of the summer. I want to make mention of that before we do get to race number 1. Tell me a little bit more about the Big Ten.
The Big Ten BCBC handicapping contest on Thursday, September 15th. Now, it's a $3,000 entry fee. It's a $1,000 entry with a $2,000 live bankroll, and you're betting. Let me tell you a little bit more just quickly about how to get in there other than just buying your way in. But what you're playing for on that night are one of 11 Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge entries. That's a $10,000 prize. It's the biggest BCBC qualifier in the country, and it has been the last couple of years. But you can win your way in for as little as $10. You can start playing these $10 super satellites on Thursday, Friday, Saturday, win to the next step, and then win that step into the Big Ten on September 15th. So, I mean, I don't have $3,000 to spend. A lot of people don't, but they can win their way in. We've got a $50 contest tonight on Express Bet that you can play in. If you win that, you get a $300 entry, which is cash, and then you play that into the Big Ten. So, lots of opportunities. A handicapping contest is something we've always done here. We've got the Dog Days contest too, and it's 26th year. That happens the 6th, 17th, and 18th of September. So if you're a handicapping contest player, we've got what you need.
Yeah, exactly. You have 1 month to prepare, and there are some steps to get there, including, I believe, Festival Day. There's going to be a little something coming up to get ready for both of those big contests at the end of the summer. But if you do want to win your way in, tonight would be a good night because I think that there's going to be some points to be had. You might have the biggest score of the weekend. There is potential for upsets. So take another look, if you haven't, at the last part of the card, the pick 5, even the quarter horse races. You could take as little as $10 and make it into a whole lot, including a seat in the Breeders' Cup Betting Challenge. Now we're 12 minutes away from race number 1. This is the beginning of that 10% takeout pick 4, the post-time pick 4. Kevin Gorg's put together a ticket for you. He's going to take you through it as the horses are in the paddock right now. Jeff, your final thoughts before we kick off Wednesday.
Well, I think we're going to have a very, very exciting night of racing here with turf and dirt and quarter horse races. I know Kevin Gorg is out there somewhere. Let's go to Kevin now as he analyzes these horses. Here he comes right now. There he is, walking right through the screen.
Solved.
Thank you. There's Kevin Gorg. It's through the magic of television. I hand him his headphones.
He's got steak, eggs, and winners. Here we go.
Here we go. We're back. We are back. All right, let's take a look at this first. I'm with you guys, though. I think it's a terrific card tonight. I think there's some value. I think the pick 5 could pay quite large. And here in the first, we get you set with a nice little turf race at 1 mile. Firm turf course for now. We've got some weather out towards the St. Cloud area we're keeping an eye on here in the press box. So plan accordingly. But here in the first race, this is Minnesota bred allowance company. And, in a field like this that's fairly crowded with 8 horses, traffic's going to be somewhat of an issue. Keep an eye on a couple of trends we've seen. Number 1, the hottest jockey on the planet is Harry Hernandez. He won 4 races on Saturday, 4 races on Sunday. He now has a 10-win lead in the jockey standings. This was the new face at Canterbury. Harry Hernandez here in the first race does not have a mount, but keep that kind of in your back pocket as you handicap through the night. In the first, I like the 7 on top, Stagecoach Boys, as you're starting to get your first look at the horses as they come out of the saddling enclosure. Now, Stagecoach Boys is a lightly raced sort, well-bred 3-year-old by Kitten's Joy out of No Retreat. No Retreat was a really nice horse out of Chicago for Chris Block. Love the way the horse kind of put it all together last time. Now, the one thing I noticed when I watched the replay of that win back on August the 3rd, the horse kind of was moving in and out in the stretch. Looked a little green. That's what we call it in the horse racing business. But looks like Joel Burnt's got this horse moving in the right direction. Should get a good trip from off the pace. But I think, as you saw last time out, Stagecoach Boys kind of figured things out. In race 1 of his career, way, way too far back. Second race of his career, kind of put things together. I don't know what to do with Silver Dash here in the first. That's the 3 horse. If you're into buyer speed figures, you're going to love this horse. But that's all on the dirt. So what do we do on the turf? It's a different surface. The numbers don't always translate. The horse does have 3 career wins, and if you look at who this horse has been facing, solid race horses like Candy Wampus last time out. It's Carl Broberg. It's Luis Fuentes, so the connections are solid. My question mark was the lawn. Here's a good look at the 5. I think the 5 is a nice little long shot here. This is Mr. D's Legend. Really like the way this horse won last time. The horse that he beat in that maiden race way back in June was That's Not Funny. That's Not Funny has come back to win 2 races since. So I think Mr. D's Legend, if you're looking to build a try or superfecta, could be a long shot worth a long look on your tickets. Same thing with Tri-Spot. Now, Tri-Spot I don't think has nearly the win equity that Mr. D's Legend does, but Tri-Spot can absolutely hit the ticket at a big price. And then the other X factor in this first race is the 6 Sam Tequila. Well bred for the turf, has never raced on the turf, but might be lone speed. This horse is really fast out of the gate, and I think the 6 merits a very long look for your win play show bets. And even if you're going to build those trifectas or superfectas, this is a horse that I would give a lot of respect to. So it looks like a wide open race. They are betting the 7, who was 5-1 morning line. Not loving the price right now, but I do think that's the most likely winner here in race 1. Minnesota Bred's traveling 1 mile on our firm turf course. I'll be back in a few minutes. I'll take you through my pick 4 ticket. The post-time pick 4 is something you want to be preparing for right now. We do it every race day. Has a 10% takeout, which is the lowest rake in the country. The pick 4 coming up in about 7 minutes. I'll have a ticket for you in about 3 minutes once we get the horses on the track. Welcome to Canterbury Park. Enjoy your night.
Let's begin a 4-day week of play at CBY with the best in the business. Here is Lynn Dykert. Sir Leonard Dykert to the turf course. It is firm, and the rail is at 0 for the first.
All right, Canterbury race fans, time to go over that post-time pick 4. It's a $30 ticket I've assembled. And as I mentioned in the Paddock Preview, I think this race has the possibility of an upset. So you can see in the way I played the race, I'm using 5 horses here. I'm using 3, 4, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. 7's my top pick, but it's lukewarm fashion. I think there's some depth in this field, and turf racing has brought value all season long. In race 2, with the scratches, I think I've got the race covered. I'm going to use the 1, the 6, and the 8, Joe Mama Sassy. I think I've got that race covered. I think Troy Bethke's got a great chance to get a victory there in race 2. That should be the 8. That's my bad on the typo. Race 3, number 2, Rosy Cheeks, will be my single. I have a strong opinion on Rosy Cheeks. I think this horse gets a great setup from just off the front markers. That's Rosy Cheeks in race 3. In the 4th race, as you can see, we're going to go 4 deep in here, and we're going to use 4, 6, and 9. 4, 6, and 9. My top pick in the race is the 6, Thunder's Rock and Roll. The sire, McLean's Music, 17% first out with debuters, so that's where we're going to go there. $30 ticket. It's the post-time pick 4. You can't win it if you don't get in it. Put your tickets in now. They'll be at the gate in 3 minutes. Good luck and enjoy the night out here at Canterbury.
And the horses are arriving at the starting gate. It's post time for the first of 11 this Wednesday in Shakopee at Canterbury Park. 16-ounce domestic beers, $5. Bavarian pretzels, $5 tonight. Our featured groups include College City Beverage, Dakin Applied, Remax Advantage Plus, Thrivent Keystone, CHS Retail, Magnolia Lands. Esperandella and Tri-Spot have backed out. They're backing them out. Stand by. Ladies and gentlemen, scratch number 5, Mr. D's Legend. On advice of the track veterinarian, refunds for win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, and double wagers available right now. If you use Mr. D's Legend in the post-time pick 4 or the first pick 3, your bet automatically switches to the starting favorite unless you alter it before the commencing of the race. So the horses are milling about a good 20 yards behind the gate as the assistant starters rearrange the numbers. You have ample time to reinvest in race 1 with your refund if interested, and or change those pick 3s and pick 4s. Number 5, Mr. D's Legend, out. Back in. Silver Dash in. The Burnt Runners half in. Midnight Royal last in line. Race 1, Wednesday, Canterbury, take 2. And they're racing. The veteran, the 9-year-old Tri-Spot, won the break, but now several converge on said veteran, and taking off his Silver Dash at 2-1, and joined to the inside by Talent and Tricks, and Talent and Tricks at 40-1 has grabbed the lead with Kyle Carter around the first turn. Talent and Tricks leads it from Silver Dash, and they're about a length and a half clear from Tri-Spot. That one's to the outside of it was the Devil's Idea. Some Tequila and his turf debut, 8 out of it, overtaken by Midnight Royal and Stagecoach Boys, the 7-5 favorite, about 8 lengths from a fair early pace, being established by the long shot Talent and Tricks, loose reined, but doing so by 3. And they have a half mile to go. Talent and Tricks trying to spring an upset. Silver Dash poised in second. Then it was It's the Devil's Idea to the inside of Tri-Spot. Midnight Royal in the clear in the turf debut. To the outside of stablemate Stagecoach Boys. And in last is Som Tequila. And in first is Talent and Tricks, leading it by 2.5. Luis Fuentes just took a peek back on that gray and looking for competition, feeling like he has a fair amount of horse with Silver trying to get the gold. Talent and Tricks leads it from Silver Dash. Here comes Stagecoach Boys looking to win 2 in a row. And into the final 150, Stagecoach Boys trying to be a man. Stagecoach Boys from Silver Dash. Stagecoach Boys has won 2 in a row. 7-3-2 in the first. Number 7, Stagecoach Boys, first, 7-3-2-4 in a fast 134.23. Stagecoach Boys, this is a very nice racehorse. First race official, 61.70 for the first try. Long shot in third. 10-cent Superfecta, favored on top, paid $42. Exacta, $8.90. Those of you with the scratched Mr. D's Legend in your pick 3s and or 4s, if you didn't change, you receive the starting favorite and winner, Stagecoach Boys. Second race, 21 minutes from now, fast main track. Scratch numbers 3, 5, 7, and 9. No Superfecta wagering in race number 2. We thank our 2022 sponsors, Atomic Data, Appalatos, Bud Light Seltzer, Cutwater, Dark Horse, Lamarca Prosecco, and Fairfield Inn & Suites, Shakopee. The second race is provided by Appalatos. The first race, the Queen of the Rodeo purse, goes the way of Stagecoach Boys and Constantino Roman. The winning owner, our leading owner, Bob Lothenbach, and Lothenbach Stables bred this guy in Minnesota. The winning trainer, Joe Burnt. Stagecoach Boys is a 3-year-old bay gelding by Kitten's Joy from the War Chant mare No Retreat. Let's celebrate an unsung hero at Canterbury Park with our Groom of the Week presentation. And here's Angela Herman.
Thank you, Paul. I am down in the winner's circle to honor a very deserving Groom of the Week. Albert Macias-Veregas has been with the Francisco Bravo barn for a few years. He has the talent to work well with every kind of horse, everything from 2-year-olds to seasoned veterans. He is a self-starter and is known for his solid work ethic. That versatility and that determination and that great work ethic all lead for a very easy choice for Groom of the Week. Congratulations, Albert.
And they're racing. The veteran, the 9-year-old Try Spot, won the break, but now several converge on said veteran and taking off his Silver Dash at 2-1 and joined to the inside by Talent and Tricks. And Talent and Tricks at 40-1 has grabbed the lead with Kyle Carter around the first turn. Talent and Tricks leads it from Silver Dash, and they're about a length and a half clear from Try Spot. That one's to the outside of it was the Devil's Idea. Some Tequila in his turf debut, 8 out of it, overtaken by Midnight Royal and Stagecoach Boys, the 7-5 favorite, about 8 lengths from a fair early pace, being established by the long shot Talent and Tricks, loose reined, but doing so by 3. And they have a half mile to go. Talent and Tricks trying to spring an upset. Silver Dash poised in second. Then it was It's the Devil's Idea to the inside of Try Spot. Midnight Royal in the clear in the turf debut to the outside of stablemate Stagecoach Boys. And in last is Some Tequila. And in first is Talent and Tricks, leading it by 2.5. Luis Fuentes just took a peek back on that gray and looking for competition, feeling like he has a fair amount of horse with Silver trying to get the gold. Talent and Tricks leads it from Silver Dash. Here comes Stagecoach Boys looking to win 2 in a row. And into the final 150, Stagecoach Boys trying to be a man. Stagecoach Boys from Silver Dash. Stagecoach Boys has won 2 in a row. 7-3-2 in the first.
Welcome out to the paddock. The race week gets started out with the People's Choice Stagecoach Boys laying off that early pace and stampeding home. An easy winner for Joel Byrne. Good-looking turf horse, too. That was career start number 3. He's won 2 of them. Good ride by Constantino Roman, too. Pushed all the right buttons at the right times. Boy, this race, too, looked like a really cool handicapping puzzle. And then half the field scratch. Take out the 3, 5, 7, and 9. So what was a 2-year-old race that featured 9 youngsters now features 5 with those scratches, no superfecta wagers. And when you've got 2-year-olds, you want to come to the paddock, see what they look like. A lot of these horses have never raced, including number 1, Lover Girl. Matt Williams, the conditioner, having a really good season at Canterbury, near 25% wins. Carlo Lopez is signed on to ride. This is the granddaughter of the great A.P. Indy, who back in the day won the Belmont Stakes. This horse could be a runner. She looks great down here in the paddock, especially when you consider she's never done this before. This is her very first start, just those morning drills to show for, and boy, she looks really good physically. I think she'll be a player here, no doubt about it. 2-1 up on the board. Number 2 is Barbara Roloff. Luis Fuentes for Cody Rosine. They put the blinkers on. That's significant with a young horse. They can show sharp improvement with that type of equipment change. And you go back and watch the debut. This horse had no chance. Bumped at the break, super wide in that race, was bet down to 3.5-1. So somebody really liked this horse before they got to the track, and you can see the money's pouring in again today as the one kind of bronking and bucking down here. Like I mentioned, it's her first time doing this. Number 4 is Mighty Maddie. Miguel Arroyo gets the call for Lynn Rarick. Free Drop Billy is the sire here. Kind of a new one to watch, but I'll tell you one thing, the 4 looks fantastic down here in the ring. Not taking a ton of betting early. Really good-looking horse, though, is Mighty Maddie. The workouts are lukewarm, but the breeding says this horse could be a good runner, and I love the way she's behaving down here, with also this being her first time to the paddock for a race. 6 is Dropped Cold. Chad Lindsay gets the call for Bernal Roan. Good workout pattern. Horse, again, out of Free Drop Billy on the bloodline, so I think this horse also has a future, and I like the fact that this horse is taking money. 8-1 morning line. Of course, we have scratches, but down to 5-2. Horse I'm going to tout right now, one of the bigger prices on the board. I like the 8. I like Joe Mama Sassy. Zeke Laura for Troy Bethke, and this horse has a couple of starts, and I think sometimes with these 2-year-olds, race experience can really count for something. And so in a field full of horses that are debuting, I think the 8 might have the leg up, and I love the fact that Zeke Laura draws outside. She'll be given some trip options. I think she'll show a little more early speed. She also had trouble last time out. A little bit jumpy here in the paddock, but she looks fine physically. I think Troy Bethke's got Joe Mama Sassy ready to rock and roll. I'll tout that one on the board now at 6-1. No superfecta wagering. It's race number 2. It's Minnesota-bred Baby Girls going 5.5. It's coming up. It's coming at you, and it's all next.
Beautiful as they walk onto the track for the second. Scratch numbers 3, 5, 7, and 9. No superfecta wagering in race 2.
We are past the halfway point in our season, but there's still plenty of action coming to you in August and September, including our Food Truck Festival on August 20th. Explore and taste a variety of different cuisines from food trucks all across the Twin Cities. We've got live racing and a lineup of delicious food trucks coming up on August 20th. The Canterbury Concert Series continues on. We got to rock out to Government Mule right here last night, and we still got more to come. This Friday, don't miss Cloud Cult and Superior Siren as they take to the Mystic Lake Music Stage. And you can go to canterburypark.com/events to view the full lineup for the rest of the concert series. We've got acts like Martina McBride, Trombone Shorty, and St. Paul and the Minneapolis Funk All-Stars. You're not going to want to miss any part of the Canterbury Concert Series. Get your tickets before they sell out. The Summer of Horsepower giveaway is coming close. If you're looking for a new set of wheels, Canterbury Park is giving away a brand new truck as a part of our Summer of Horsepower giveaway. Other great prizes are in store only on September 15th. Get more information at the track level information booth to find out how you can win in our Summer of Horsepower giveaway.
The 2-year-olds are at the gate. It is now post time. Second of 11. Lover Girl favored every click of the way. Now 6-5. Barbara Roloff with a race of experience. And the Shades 2-1. Drop Cold debuts 3-1. Here come the baby girls. And they're racing from the wide side. Joe Mama Sassy out beautifully. Lover Girl debuting with early speed. And Barbara Roloff with those shades between them. And 1, 2, and 8 open up by 3 on Firster, Mighty Matty. After that, his fellow Firster dropped cold. And they're about 5 lengths from the lead. And the quintet zings into the far turn. And Lover Girl pulls clear impressively by a length and a half. Keen turn of speed by Lover Girl and Carlo Lopez bumping that margin to 2. Barbara Roloff is in second, scrubbed on hard. Now Mighty Matty is flashing out of the crowd with a nice move, and Mighty Matty at 5-1 takes second and is trying to run down a Lover Girl. They're into the final 3/16. Lover Girl opens up now by 4, make it 5. Mighty Matty made it interesting for 4 seconds, but Lover Girl is gone. Lover Girl, just one look. That's all it took for Lover Girl and Carlo Lopez home and cooled out. Number 1, Lover Girl, easily. 146. And a 4th place photo. 106.11, the running time. Barbara Roloff 4th. Official. Exacta $8.70. Trifecta $13.15. The first double 7-1, $8.50. Race 3 and back to a firm turf course. Once again, that rail is all the way in. No scratches, no rider changes. To the winner's enclosure, Lover Girl and Carlo Lopez. Lover Girl is owned by Gary and Brenda Bergsrud. Gary bred the filly in Minnesota. And Lover Girl, trained by Matt Williams, is a 2-year-old brown filly by Congrats. out of Vicar's Daughter. We have a sandwich shop here at Canterbury, Bo Diddley's, level number 1, adjacent to Cutwater. Get an elite sandwich from our deli spot, Bo Diddley's. The third race is courtesy of Bud Light Seltzer. And post time is 22 minutes from now for the A Little Bitter Purse. Baby girls, and they're racing from the wide side. Joe Mama Sassy out beautifully. Lover Girl debuting with early speed, and Barbara roll off with those shades between them. And 1, 2, and 8 open up by 3 on Firster, Mighty Matty. After that, his fellow Firster dropped cold, and they are about 5 lengths from the lead. And the quintet zings into the far turn, and Lover Girl pulls clear impressively by a length and a half. Keen turn of speed by Lover Girl and Carlo Lopez bumping that margin to 2. Barbara Roloff is in second, scrubbed on hard. Now Mighty Matty is flashing out of the crowd with a nice move, and Mighty Matty at 5-1 takes second and is trying to run down a Lover Girl. They're into the final 3/16. Lover Girl opens up now by 4, make it 5. Mighty Matty made it interesting for 4 seconds, but Lover Girl is gone. Lover Girl, just one look. That's all it took for Lover Girl and Carlo Lopez home and cooled out. Yo, CBY faithful, what's up? Your announcer, Paul Allen, otherwise known as the Chaser. I'm already stuck. I got killed in the double. So we decided to go chasing early, and I'm really excited about this. Now, I was super excited on the final day of July regarding Icy Will Burn Ya, and I was burned by Icy, and we're going to figure out exactly why momentarily. But this one in race number 3, quite honestly, it's not an equine athlete. It's a life changer. What you see right here is Icy Will Burn Ya. All right, July 31st, we're on the turf. We're 33-1. The Chaser actually made a show bet. I went across the board on Icy Will Burn Ya, 33-1. The Chaser doesn't pick favorites. So now we take a peek at what transpired. So now we're 33-1, all right? Now I mean, there's nothing prominent taking place up here, all right? I mean, it's just, they're just kind of, everybody's dawdling along. Here comes the Chaser, all right? Now we're heading into the far turn, and the Chaser's doing some damage here. Wait, what happened? Where are we going? Hey, get out of there. The Chaser's like, why we got to hit the brakes right there? Icy Will Burn Ya may have burned the Chaser last time, but this one at a big price, hopefully, thank you, Track Phantom, is going to be scorching hot. This is going to be fire and ice in race number 3 because Icy Will Burn Ya.
The Chaser comes early, and you could see her on screen for quite a while. Icy Will Burn Ya is currently at about 9-10-1. Just clicked up to 10-1 with 12 minutes to post. We go to the turf for race number 3. 7.5 furlongs is the distance. We bring out a full field of girls, 9 to be exact. So we start on the inside with the Chaser. Everything that Paul just told you. Icy Will Burn Ya should have some pace to run at, and Icy Will Burn Ya is very familiar with this turf course. She's raced it over it 12 out of her 19 lifetime starts, and Icy Will Burn Ya is currently half of her morning line at 10-1. The even money favorite is right next door. That's Rosy Cheeks. She brings a lot of speed to the table, and this one will team up with Right Equeberry for the first time in quite some time. They have not been a team since last September. They were third that day behind Midnight Current and Dreaming Biz. We've both seen those fillies have an excellent summer over this turf course. Rosy Cheeks didn't lose much in defeat to them. She set a pretty solid pace that day. Prior to that, she was much closer. All Native only beat her by a length. She's put in very good work on the pace, and she shouldn't get that much pressure in either the inside or outside stalls. Eli's Girl kind of looked like the next possibility to pressure her on the front end. She and Mickey Dobbs will have to keep this one honest, or Rosy Cheeks will pick up her first win over this turf course after a couple of knocks on the door with seconds and thirds. Jewel Azul is 1 for 21 but has a lot of underneath finishes, and some of them have come on this Canterbury turf course. Last time she took on Maury's Joy and some very classy allowance fillies. Did make a little dent on them at the end, but she does get a class drop back to a relative level where she's been competitive. She was second and fourth in her prior 2 starts. Those were both against 16,000s. One was behind Rosy Cheeks. She has to figure out a way to beat that one. Hasn't done so yet, but Jewel Azul has got very close in the past on this turf course. Jewel Azul makes a good impression down here in the paddock as well. Madisonian just behind her is looking nice and calm today. She comes off a main track one-turn race. This is a whole different set of circumstances for her. The last time that she did go 2 turns on the turf, she set the pace a good amount of the way under Chad Lindsay. She broke very sharp that day and hasn't broken so sharp this year, but those have been one-turn races. Maybe things will be a little bit different, and Madisonian will be a good price, I'm sure, throughout. And she's currently 19-1. 8-1 on Eli's Girl. Eli's Girl, I thought, would be another pace presence in here, as she comes off a very close pace pressing sort of effort down at Prairie Meadows. That was the first time that this year up north that she went 2 turns. She had done so prior down at the fairgrounds, but that was a group of maidens, and she did run behind a repeat winner in Moon over Tuscany. But Eli's Girl has shown a propensity to track or push the pace if need be. Kelsey Hard does have some options in the saddle, and she will take over this one, trying to get past the second-itis that she had kind of developed up here at Canterbury. Mickey Dobbs has been on the turf course a couple of times, but she sprinted in both of those races. She did show good speed in both, and Jermaine Bridgemahan will probably be in the thick of things throughout. Outside of her are a couple of Terry Young trainees. I opted for one of them. I did not use Ready at Midnight, but I used Mary Had a Little Lamb. Mary Had a Little Lamb has only sprinted on dirt, but she's run very well in both of those starts. At first asking, she blew by everybody, and Dolly's Line, the horse that ran second, did come back to win. Mary Had a Little Lamb was making gradual progress last time against some very nice allowance foes down in Illinois. There were Illinois breds who hadn't won an Illinois bred race, and Mary Had a Little Lamb moving over to the turf does have a little bit of a pedigree for it. Even though Competitive Edge hasn't been a real dominant turf sire, I thought that this filly would get good position to the outside, maybe get the first run on some of the deep closers, and the filly to her outside, Danzig Star, should be another contribution to the pace, as she has been very close in both of her turf races lately. She won the first one. She came up just short last time. Danzig Star from the outside, though, might have to use a little bit more horse to get up towards the lead, and I thought she might fall into kind of a wide trip, but you still get a very square 5-1 if this is the direction that you lean. 8-3-2 in the third, and this is where the power play is going to come up after the post parade. Your wagering options: pick threes, doubles, exactas, trifectas, and 10-cent supers. Another nice field headed out to the turf. Your definitive 7-5 favorite is Rosy Cheeks. Everybody outside of her, an excellent price. Coming up after this, again, stay tuned. Kevin Gorg is up in the studio, ready to deliver the power play.
And the horses are coming onto the track for tonight's third race on our firm turf course. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, 10-cent superfecta, $1 daily double, and a 50-cent rolling pick 3 is available. Race 3 back on the turf and at the gate, ready to race in 7 minutes. All right, race fans, Kevin Gorg up in the press box getting you ready for the power play lock of the night. We're going to move forward in the race card later tonight. Race 7, number 4, Yesteryear. And here's a horse, as we take a look at the past performances, that has really improved since going to the barn of Jonathan Wong. Claimed, we have a win, we have a loss by a head. Last time out, we're going to get to that, and we see a bullet workout since. And oh, by the way, we'll also get to the jockey who is on fire. But last time out, this doesn't tell the whole story. Now, the horse that won was $1,000,000-1, but got the better trip. There was a speed duel. And what's going to happen? You're going to see Yesteryear out here, teal hat, black silks, chasing that speed, but being flung 3 and 4 wide, losing ground to the field throughout this race. And not much Harry Hernandez can do. He was drawn outside. The other horses inside showed speed, and his hand was forced, so he had to go. But eventually, this horse right here, the 8 horse, is going to win the race. Just ask Joel, who will be back in this race tonight. So a chance for revenge. Right now, it looks like Yesteryear's kicking on and ready to win, but the wide trip ends up being costly as this horse gets tired, and eventually the 8 horse is going to come through on the inside, save all that ground, and get the win. We don't need to show the rest. The horse ran a great race and lost a photo. How about this, though? Harry Hernandez, the jockey that came in from Arizona after winning the title out there, had 4 wins on Saturday, 4 more on Sunday. The hottest jockey at the track right now is Double H, and it's not close. And how about this? He's got a chance in his first year at Canterbury to do it again, to win another riding championship. He's up 10. He's on Yesteryear with speed. I think tonight the horse, last time out, knocked on the door. This time we're going to kick her down. Now we go to the winner's circle. It's time to put a rock in it. The fun never ends.
Thank you, KG. My name's Tommy. I'm over here down in the Mystic Lake winner's circle, and it's time to play a little game of put a rock in it. Over here we have Jaden from Wisconsin. That's right, Packers fan down here. Trying to throw some rocks inside our beloved PA announcer. If he gets 1 diamond in the mouth, he will go home with a daily double pack. All right, when you're ready. Very high, very high. Bring it down low. Ooh, that was close. One more try, one more try. Oh. I mean, you tried. Maybe if you were a Vikings fan. You know. All right, that's fine. You're still going to go home with some free admission passes from Canterbury. Thank you so much for playing.
Thank you.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time for race number 3, named for Remax Advantage Plus. Rosy Cheeks, 7-5. Jewel Azul, 2.5-1. In. Now, Madisonian.
Back in the 4.
A third of the race. Minnesotans looking for that plus part of the purse. Madisonian disobedient at this moment. Still 2 back. Madisonian, Danzig Star. They converge on the mare Madisonian. Now Spanky Clean and Danzig Star last in line. Supreme Ghost, Danzig Star, 4.5-1. Now they have that 4 squared away. The 9 mare goes in, and we will be ready. Rosy Cheeks, 3-5. 9 in a line, and there they are. And they're racing. Swift beginning for Rosy Cheeks from the center. Mickey Dobbs shows good speed at 40-1, and Mickey Dobbs and Bridge Mahand able to clear off by a length and a half. Danzig Star is in second. Now the mare angles to the outside of Mickey Dobbs. Rosy Cheeks, the prohibitive favorite, 2.5 lengths from kind of a slow early pace. 2.5 lengths behind that is Eli's Girl. Then we come to Jewel Azul. Behind them, it is Mary Had a Little Lamb, traipsing along about 9 lengths from the lead. After that, it's Madisonian to the inside of Ready at Midnight. Icy Will Burn Ya, 13 lengths from the front, and the front belongs to Mickey Dobbs, and it's Mickey Dobbs right around a half. Danzig Star in second, 2.5. Echoberry takes Rosy Cheeks to the outside. The favorites on the move. A 1.5 clear from Jewel Azul, who's being shaken up and overtaken or joined by Eli's Girl. After that, we come back to Mary Had a Little Lamb. Madisonian's doing the moonwalk. Icy Will Burn You still far, far out of it, and they have a quarter of a mile to go. The long shot has been collared, and collared in the shape of Danzig Star. Rosy Cheeks trying to make it a line of 3. Right behind them, it is Jewel Azul. Into the final furlong, it is Rosy Cheeks. Late move from Jewel Azul, re-engaging Rosy Cheeks from a game. Jewel Azul and Danzig Star, but it is 2 and a photo in race 3. Rosy Cheeks prevails. Number 2, Rosy Cheeks. First. Photography for the rest. 128 and 13. The final time in the I Can't Have You Blues purse. Number 3, Jewel Azul ran second, 2:3.96. Official. Exacta $4.30. Trifecta $6. First pick 3, $6.50. Superfecta 6 and change. To the fourth race, scratch number 8, Sharpened. This Saturday we have a food truck festival, a variety of different cuisines and food trucks from all across the Twin Cities. 5 o'clock is race time Saturday for our food truck festival. The fourth is provided by Maker's Mark and makersmark.com. We thank our 2022 sponsors, Gallagher, Greystone Construction, Holiday Inn Express and Sweet Shakopee, JTR Roofing, Pepsi, Mystic Lake, Think Minnesota Realty, Minnesota Lottery, Loeffler, Star Tribune, Quick Trip, and Continental Diamond. Second victory this year for Rosie Cheeks. First on the turf during her young career. And being a Minnesotan, gets the lion's share of the plus part of the purse from the Minnesota Bred Fund. In the winner's enclosure, Rosie Cheeks and Rye Eccleberry. Mike Grossman's the winning owner, the winning trainer, Francisco Bravo. Rosie Cheeks was bred in Minnesota by Eureka Thoroughbred Farm and is a 4-year-old Dark Bay filly by The Hunk. Out of Call for Roses. And they're racing. Swift beginning for Rosie Cheeks from the center. Mickey Dobbs shows good speed at 40-1, and Mickey Dobbs and Bridge Mahand able to clear off by a length and a half. Danzig Star is in second. Now the mare angles to the outside of Mickey Dobbs. Rosie Cheeks, the prohibitive favorite, 2.5 lengths from kind of a slow early pace. 2.5 lengths behind that is Eli's Girl. Then we come to Jewel Azul. Behind them, it is Mary Had a Little Lamb, traipsing along about 9 lengths from the lead. After that, it's Madisoni into the inside of Ready at Midnight. Icy Will Burn Ya, 13 lengths from the front, and the front belongs to Mickey Dobbs, and it's Mickey Dobbs right around a half. Danzig Star in second, 2.5. Eckleberry takes Rosy Cheeks to the outside. The favorites on the move. A 1.5 clear from Jewel Lasoul, who's being shaken up and overtaken or joined by Eli's Girl. After that, we come back to Mary Had a Little Lamb. Madisonian's doing the moonwalk. Icy Will Burn You still far, far out of it, and they have a quarter of a mile to go. The long shot has been collared, and collared in the shape of Danzig Star. Rosy Cheeks trying to make it a line of 3. Right behind them, it is Jewel Lasoul. Into the final furlong, it is Rosy Cheeks. Late move from Jewel Lasoul, re-engaging Rosy Cheeks from a game, Jewel Lasoul and Danzig Star, but it is 2 and a photo in race 3. Rosy Cheeks prevails.
Nice trip for Rye Eckleberry and Rosie Cheeks. They sit off the pace. They pounce professionally. And we've seen 3 favorites so far. So the People's Choice early, I think there'll be some prices late. We've got 11 races tonight. We're kind of settling ourselves into this big card. And I think that pick 5 is going to be a lot more difficult to hit than this early pick 4. Maybe you can build your bankroll up a little bit, and then you can get after that pick 5 with that 10% takeout and a chance at maybe hundreds, thousands, who knows. Some good money to play for in that pick 5 tonight, no doubt, because as I'm in the press box looking around for other racetracks to turn on our televisions, not a lot of competition tonight. If people want to play some good turf racing, I think Canterbury's the place to do it. You're here live. You've got that advantage. Let's take a look at the field as the youngsters, once again, the Minnesota bred girls, the 2-year-olds, will take center stage here in race 4. We scratch the 8. We start with number 1, Let Me Down Easy. Zeke Laura gets the call for Hall of Fame trainer Mike Beeler. 1 career start and did flash some speed in that start and then got tired. Was coaxed along that day. I watched the replay back, couldn't find an excuse. But I think in horse racing, from start 1 to start 2 is where you can find the most significant improvement with young horses. We'll see if Mikey Beeler's got this one ready to rock and roll. 12-1 up on the board. Number 2 is L's Lil Diva. Silva trains, Lindsay rides. The workouts are steady, if not spectacular. The bloodlines are good. The horse makes a nice impression here in the paddock, but I don't like when first-timers aren't taking money, and so far there's not a lot of money coming in the 2, so we'll have to let that money filter in, see if those odds make any significant changes as we get closer to race time. Number 3 is Classic Charm. Tony Rengsdorf conditions. Sophia Barandella gets the call. Love the bloodlines. This is the granddaughter of the great Silver Charm, one of my all-time favorite horses that was ridden by Gary Stevens and trained by Bob Baffert. The workouts are good. Another horse that, for a young horse, looks really calm, cool, and collected. How you doing, girl? She's got the ears up, and she's behaving well. At 9-1, taking some money, is Classic Charm. Number 4 is Cupid's Crush for Extreme Racing. They've had a good summer. So has Mac Robertson. What's new? He leads the standings in terms of wins for trainers. Nick Goodwin, one of his go-to guys, who's been great on some of these first-time starters for Mac. I love the workouts. Got a good gate jockey. Those distinctive, pretty silks, and 5-2 on Cupid's Crush. Number 5 is Grace Slice. Carlo Lopez for Troy Bethke, couple of career starts, so race experience is the edge here. We'll have to improve to contend, and the price kind of telling the story right now. I'm going to try the 6, Thunder's Rock and Roll. Got the hot jock, Harry Hernandez. We got a Hall of Fame trainer in Burnell Roan. It's the granddaughter of my good friend Thunder Gulch, but more importantly, the sire is McLean's Music, 17% with horses that debut. So I'm going to try that one. Looks good down here in those familiar silks, and I think this horse might have a touch of speed. I'll try Thunder's Rock and Roll right now, the second choice. 7 is Miss Carmen Sebo. Jermaine Bridgemahan for Francisco Bravo. The trainer looks to go back-to-back in the winner's circle. The horse has 1 career start and will certainly need to improve off that start. And don't sleep on the outside horse. Fans are not early. The early money's pouring in, but Anna ran a really good debut. Gary Shearer, rock solid barn. You get Lindy Wade, rock solid jockey. And that horse, after a slow start, was picking him up and laying him down. Very difficult for 2-year-olds to figure out how to pass other horses. I love the post for this horse, too. Outside post will give Lindy some trip options. Good-looking horse in the paddock. Anna looks like the horse to beat. Minnesota bred Baby Girls. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs. It's race number 4. They'll be at the gate in around 8. And then they're going to get it on.
We're down in the Mystic Lake Winner's Circle to play a little game of cards. We have lots of games going on in the card room, but we're going to play Ride the Bus out here in the Winner's Circle. Now, who do I have playing with me today?
Katie.
Where are you from, Katie?
Fort Worth, Texas.
You have come a long way to ride the bus. Now, I have to ask because, Tommy brought it up. Did you take the bus to get here?
I did. It took a few days, but I finally made it.
Okay, well, you've come to win a prize. If you play Ride the Bus successfully, you'll get a Minnesota State Lottery scratch-off. If not, you'll get some admission passes to take another bus trip up here and come back and try to win again. Now, the rules are pretty simple. We got 3 rounds. First, you have to guess the color, whether it's red or black. Then, you have to guess if this next card is higher or lower than the first. And then, you have to guess if the third is in between or outside of the range of the first 2. With me?
Yes, I am.
Okay, well, let's get things started. We've got our stack of cards over here. We've got the lovely Tommy to flip them for us. Now, you have to tell me if the first one is red or black.
Red.
Red, she says. Oh, it's black. I'm sorry, it's the king of clubs, but you came all this way. We're going to let you try one more time. So, starting at the top of the deck again, red or black?
Gonna go with red again.
Okay, she says red, and it is red. Okay, we've got the 4 parts to start us off. Now, you have to decide whether the next card is higher or lower than a 4.
Higher.
She says it's higher. Indeed it is. It's higher. Okay, we have the 10 of clubs. We're almost there. We got one more stop to make. Now, is it between a 4 and a 10, or is it outside of a 4 or a 10? This is crucial. Think wisely. All right, what do you think?
I'm gonna go with outside.
Outside of a 4 and 10? A joker? What? Why didn't you check? Okay, we're going to go with the queen that came up next. That is indeed outside of the 4 and the 10. Excellent work, Tommy, and excellent work by you. Okay, now you got a Minnesota scratch off, so you got a little bit of money to bet on the later races for tonight. But if you're going to bet on this one, you have 2 minutes to do it. All I ask, a selection in race number 4. Who do you like? Look right out there at the board. Who do you like?
Ooh.
Pick a number.
We're gonna go with Classic Charm.
Okay, Classic Charm, number 3. She's giving you a long shot. She's already a winner down here in the Mystic Lake Winner's Circle. Congratulations and good luck. You have 2 minutes to bet the 4th if you would like to do so.
Thank you.
It is now post time for race number 4. A cast of 2-year-olds. Fillies back at it. Cupid's Crush 2-1. Thunder's Rock and Roll 9-5. Anna 9-5. Here comes Anna and Lindy Wade. And now away they go. Slow beginning for the Firster Classic Charm. Thunder's Rock and Roll like a shot. Flashes good speed from the outset. Let Me Down Easy goes with that one to the inside at 16-1. And those two are right together. 2.5 lengths behind that to Firster, Cupid's Crush. Watching a good one from 3 out of it now. Then we come to L's Lil Diva, a length and a half clear from Anna. Then it's a mile back to Grace a Lace. Even farther behind that is Miss Carmen Sebo. And the one in last is Classic Charm. They're approaching the top of the stretch. Here comes Cupid's Crush, trying to break Thunder's Rock and Roll's heart. But Thunder's Rock and Roll still has some lightning as they head for home. Thunder's Rock and Roll 2.5. Cupid's Crush giving everything but zigging and zagging. Then it's L's Lil Diva down to the final 125. Thunder's Rock and Roll rocks and rolls in the winner's circle. Harry's hot. Burnell's got himself a good one. Thunder's Rock and Roll first in a flashy 103.99. 6429. It's not official. The winner is loose. Nice catch. My man. Round of applause for the valet with the catch. He's on the big screen. Hey. Nice job, brother. Fourth official. Second pick 3, $8 and change. Post time pick 4, $25.50. Trifecta paid nearly $20, chalk all evens. The fifth race is on the beautiful turf course, and it begins our 50-cent pick 5. Scratch numbers 2, 9, 11, and 13. The fifth race is provided by Pepsi, the official soft drink provider of Canterbury Park. We have 1 month of racing remaining, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. CanterburyPark.com to see the schedule. To the winner's enclosure, Thunder's Rock and Roll with Harry Hernandez. Thunder's Rock and Roll is owned by Bob Lindgren and the winning trainer, Burnell Roan. Bob bred the filly in Minnesota. She's a 2-year-old bay and a daughter of McLean's Music out of Thunder and Honey. Away they go. Slow beginning for the Firster Classic Charm. Thunder's Rock and Roll like a shot. Flashes good speed from the outset. Let Me Down Easy goes with that one to the inside at 16-1. And those two are right together. 2.5 lengths behind that to Firster, Cupid's Crush. Watching a good one from 3 out of it now. Then we come to L's Lil Diva, a length and a half clear from Anna. Then it's a mile back to Grace a Lace. Even farther behind that is Miss Carmen Sebo. And the one in last is Classic Charm. They're approaching the top of the stretch. Here comes Cupid's Crush, trying to break Thunder's Rock and Roll's heart. But Thunder's Rock and Roll still has some lightning as they head for home. Thunder's Rock and Roll, 2.5. Cupid's Crush giving everything but zigging and zagging. Then it's L's Lil Diva down to the final 125. Thunder's Rock and Roll rocks and rolls in the winner's circle. Harry's hot. competition, feeling like he has a fair amount of horse with Silver trying to get the gold. Talent and Tricks leads it from Silver Dash. Here comes Stagecoach Boys looking to win 2 in a row. And into the final 150, Stagecoach Boys trying to be a man. Stagecoach Boys from Silver Dash. Stagecoach Boys has won 2 in a row. 7-3-2 in the first. Second in is trying to run down a Lover Girl. They're into the final 3/16. Lover Girl opens up now by 4, make it 5. Mighty Maddie made it interesting for 4 seconds, but Lover Girl is gone. Lover Girl, just one look. That's all it took for Lover Girl and Carlo Lopez home and cooled out. And collared in the shape of Danzig Star. Rosy Cheeks trying to make it a line of 3. Right behind them it is Jewel La Soul. Into the final furlong it is Rosy Cheeks. Late move from Jewel La Soul, re-engaging Rosy Cheeks from a game. Jewel La Soul and Danzig Star, but it is 2 and a photo in race 3. Rosy Cheeks prevails. Rock and Roll still has some lightning as they head for home. Thunder's Rock and Roll 2.5. Cupid's Crush giving everything but zigging and zagging. Then it's L's Lil Diva down to the final 125. Thunder's Rock and Roll rocks and rolls in the winner's circle. Harry's hot.
Well, that is a very talented 2-year-old that we're going to want to keep an eye on down the road. Look for her in the Northern Lights Debutante. Very impressive debut for that one. Bob Lindgren and Bernal Roan have a runner, and that's the way that we cap off the post-time pick 4 to start our first 4 races. Now we go to the turf in race number 5, and I am lucky enough to be joined by Brian Nadeau of Gulfstream Park. Welcome to Canterbury Park.
It's great to be here, having a great time, beautiful night, and it's great to see so many people out here at the races too.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of an unusual sight, huh? Not unless it's Pegasus Day or something like that. Speaking of that, not a whole bunch of turf racing going on at Gulfstream Park right now, so we thought we'd bring you in to handicap this turf race. And the 5th is a very full field, even though we do have 4 scratches in here. Take out the 2 Mountain Pine, take out the 9 Magic Castle, the 11 Mark and Greeley, and empty holster number 13. We still have a field of 9 going to post, and it kind of looks like a balance to me because a couple of pace horses scratched, a couple of closers scratched, so we're still left with, I thought, a pretty evenly matched group as far as pace goes. But how do you look at turf handicapping when you do play turf races, and where did it lead you in the 5th?
Yeah, I mean, definitely here at Canterbury, the races I've seen, obviously the course can play pretty speedy and you want to identify the pace. And, you know, with that being said, I still thought there was enough of it in here that maybe it could set up. The 10-year time's coming. Got a lot of pace last time to run into and really look good stretching out late and winning clear. So I'm going to come back to that one. I think he should be a square price. And if you look at the 2 races where, you know, he wasn't overmatched, he's run very, very well. Can he get back to that race last time? It remains to be seen, but I think the price is probably going to be right.
Well, right now it looks like you're getting 3-1 on him. A lot of money heading the way of your times coming down from that 8-1 morning line. The horse that we both had in common was the speedy Whiskey Plank, who does move in a few spots because he drew to the outside. I thought that was the main argument against him, but now moving towards the inside, able to use that speed, and with all the good races that he's put in on the turf course this year, I would say this horse stands the best advantage from all of the scratches in here, wouldn't you?
Yeah, without a doubt. There's no doubt his last two races are better than these. As you alluded to, getting inside a little bit now with the scratches is going to help too. And, it doesn't seem to be a need to lead type. He's got enough of a tactical stalking gear where he's going to sit the right trip, a class drop as well. So, yeah, I would think by post time he's a pretty definitive favorite.
Right, and Jermaine Bridgemahan, even though he doesn't have as many mounts as some of the leading riders in here, has carved out a very good percentage for himself, both on the turf and in two-turn races. He's aboard Whiskey Plank again. They won clearly 2 back, and last time nearly got the job done. I ended up on Joe Phillips in here, though. Joe Phillips did beat Whiskey Plank a few starts ago. That was his seasonal debut up here at Canterbury. His first time touching the turf course, and he got a very good stalking, pressing sort of ride with Carlo Lopez, who's back aboard today. Last time they went off and had to set the pace, I think, out of necessity. Nobody really wanted to go up and take the lead, but Joe Phillips might be just a touch better, sitting just off the pace, obviously likes this course, and lands in the middle. Coming out of that chute, it can be a little bit tricky if you have to make a sharp left from the inside, or if you're going to lose ground from the outside. Joe Phillips makes a really good impression down here in the paddock, too. I thought he might be a square price on the board. Currently, he's 12-1. I guess I'd say ice cold on the board, but I still ended up with this horse on top of Whiskey Plank, and I've used Golden Gopher in third. Gopher Gold has got a couple of very close seconds in his last 2. He's had good setups. I thought he's got excellent rides with Ari Hernandez, who's going to be back in the saddle today. What would need to occur, do you think, for Gopher Gold to turn the tables and get the job done in here after a couple of very close seconds?
Yeah, I mean, he's been knocking at the door and he just hasn't delivered, and that always scares me a little bit. Maybe just a slightly better timed ride if he's just got kind of one burst. He's run so well in the past, I really wouldn't get off of him up there at 9-2. And you mentioned Joe Phillips, a crazy big price right now at 12-1. I can't possibly see that as we draw in on post, and he should take a lot of late money. But I thought you said it perfectly. I mean, he kind of ran off a little bit last time, and he should have a target today, which to me, on a little bit of a drop too, gives him that much bigger of a chance.
Right, now that Carlo Lopez is aboard, looks like he's getting a little riled up, but Joe Phillips still, I thought, was he's an excellent price right now. And speaking of horses getting a little bit excited, Surprise Cat did back in the stalls, and now he is still a little bit excitable out here. But hopefully he settles down on track. Do keep an eye on these two, as they appear to be the most spunky as they've been here in the paddock. I'd say the horse that looked the best out here was probably Gopher Gold, but lots of good appearances, including Kids Inheritance, who's your current 5-2 favorite, now down to 2-1. This outfit has won a lot of races on the turf this summer, and Kids Inheritance dead heated with Gopher Gold the last time that they met up on the turf. He was odds on that day, but I don't know if he will be today. Do you think he'll end up maybe 5-2, 3-1, an acceptable price on Kids Inheritance?
Yeah, I would think there's other horses that are going to take a lot more late money that maybe you do get a square price, knock him up a little bit to 3s or so. As you said, he didn't win last time at 7-10, and he kind of looks in the mix here, but maybe not better than anybody else. So I wouldn't want to take too short a price on him.
Fair enough. Okay, 10, 12, and 5 for Brian, 5, 12, and 4 for me. This is the start of the 10% takeout pick 5. That's a 50-cent wager. It begins in approximately 8 minutes. Your other options include pick 3s, doubles, exactas, trifectas, and 10-cent superfectas. Kevin Gorg, as always, has tried to put you together a winner in the pick 5. He'll be in the studio shortly to take you through it. If you would like to make your own ticket, you've got 8 minutes to do so. Good luck.
Sir Leonard Dykert bringing the horses onto the track for race 5, which starts the pick 5. Scratch the 2, Mountain Pine. The 9, Magic Castle. The 11, Marking Greeley. And the 13, Empty Holster. Win, play, show, exacta, trifecta, superfecta, daily double, and a pick 3 to go with that pick 5. Has a 10% takeout. You need 5 straight winners. It could pay hundreds, maybe thousands of dollars. The pick 5 starts here in the 5th, and we will have a ticket for you. It's a $50 ticket tonight, and that'll be here shortly once the horses parade in front of the grandstand. All right, Canterbury faithful, it's time to take a look at this $50 Pick 5 ticket that I have assembled. Remember, you can modify it, spend more, spend less, but this is the direction I'm going to head tonight. And I think the races that are coming up, the 5th and the 6th, are the 2 most difficult legs along the way. Not to say the last 3 are going to be easy, but I'm going to use 5 horses in the first 2 legs. I'm going to use the 4, 5, 8, 10, and 12 here in the 5th. My top pick is the 12. Whiskey Plank, I think the 10, Your Time's Coming has a big chance. So I'm going to spread here with 4, 5, 8, 10, 12. Then I'm going to spread in race 6, another difficult turf sprint, 3, 4, 5, 7, and 9. So I'm going to go 5 by 5 to start out. Now we got to start getting serious. Now we got to pare it down. In the 7th, I'm going to use the 4, Yesteryear, my power play horse, and the 5, Cannonball Coming. In the 8th, I'm going to try to be aggressive with my single and take Luna S with the hot jockey, Harry Hernandez, to get loose on the front. I'll try to stay alive to the last, where I'll take a speedball and bring me a check and a closer in Lenny K. It's 4, 5, 8, 10, 12, with 3, 4, 5, 7, 9, with 4, 5, with 8, with 2 and 6. It's a $50 ticket. Modify my ticket, add your horses, subtract some of mine, but whatever you do, make sure you get your bets in now, because you can't win it if you don't get in it. It's the 10% takeout, lowest in the industry, the pick 5 at Canterbury. It comes up in just 3 minutes. Good luck.
And they've reached the starting gate. It's post time for race number 5. Welcome to Maureen Bausch and Company, our featured group for race number 4. Whiskey Plank goes in to a gate with the best gate sound in racing, according to Elite Edge. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. The White Horse Coming Up Aces comes out of the gate nicely, but so too does Surprise Cat. Surprise Cat trying to pull a surprise here at 35-1. Whiskey Plank is keen to go to the outside. Likewise for Club Mesquite. Kelsey has a very, very tight hold on that 7 at 25-1. And after that, we have Coming Up Aces outbroke the field, but now 5 lengths from a speedy early pace. And tearing away is Surprise Cat, purring clear by 3. After that, we have Joe Phillips, 2.5 clear from Go for Gold. After that, we come back to Your Time's Coming, and Graves Mill Road is at the rear. They head up the Canterbury Park barn side, and they're still chasing this tearaway long shot. Surprise Cat slowing down with a 2-length lead. After that, Club Mesquite, Kids Inheritance in the clear to the outside of Coming Up Aces. Whiskey Plank behind them. Then it's Joe Phillips, sequestered, and 7 from the front, overtaken by Go for Gold. Then it's Your Time's Coming, and Graves Mill Road is now only 8 lengths from the lead. Kids Inheritance and Club Mesquite jump the long shot. Club Mesquite between them. Surprise Cat fights onto the inside. Kids Inheritance 3 wide, and Whiskey Plank's on the move. Behind them, Go for Gold, badly blocked. Likewise for Joe Phillips. They come down to the final furlong. Here comes Joe Phillips with a rush on the inside, and Joe means business. So does Whiskey Plank. Kids Inheritance between them. Whiskey Plank at 3-1 has left them punch drunk. Photo. The numbers 12, 8, 5, 4. Whiskey Plank wins the head creeps. Race 5 official. Superfecta $21. Pick 3 $14.10. The exacta $13.50. The trifecta $37. 6-12 double, 13 and a piece. Race number 6 is on the firm turf course, and we begin a pick 4 anew. This one is on races 6 through 9. It's only 50 cents. Scratch numbers 6, Kenny Storm, 8, Take Me Up Brady, and 11, Turn the Switch. Don't forget Labor Day weekend, specifically September 4th. We have our Best in Show Dog Race Championships. The Datsuns got center stage Sunday. So the Corgis and the Bassets and the Wiener Dogs converge on Canterbury Park September 4th. Save money on admission by purchasing your tickets at canterburypark.com. Into the winner's enclosure, Whiskey Plank and Jermaine Bridgemahan. Second victory this summer at Canterbury for Whiskey Plank, owned by Wasabi Ventures and trained by Tony Rengstorff. We had a claim in race number 5, a $20,000 claim. Number 10, Your Time's Coming, now trained by Chris Richard and owned by Sanford Cole. And they're racing, and they've broken a line. The White Horse Coming Up Aces comes out of the gate nicely, but so too does Surprise Cat. Surprise Cat trying to pull a surprise here at 35-1. Whiskey Plank is keen to go to the outside. Likewise for Club Mesquite. Kelsey has a very, very tight hold on that 7 at 25-1. And after that, we have Coming Up Aces outbroke the field, but now 5 lengths from a speedy early pace. And tearing away is Surprise Cat, purring clear by 3. After that, we have Joe Phillips, 2.5 clear from Go for Gold. After that, we come back to Your Time's Coming, and Graves Mill Road is at the rear. They head up the Canterbury Park barn side, and they're still chasing this tearaway long shot. Surprise Cat slowing down with a 2-length lead. After that, Club Mesquite, Kids Inheritance in the clear to the outside of Coming Up Aces. Whiskey Plank behind them. Then it's Joe Phillips, sequestered, and 7 from the front, overtaken by Go for Gold. Then it's Your Time's Coming, and Graves Mill Road is now only 8 lengths from the lead. Kids Inheritance and Club Mesquite jump the long shot. Club Mesquite between them. Surprise Cat fights onto the inside. Kids Inheritance 3 wide, and Whiskey Plank's on the move. Behind them, Go for Gold badly blocked. Likewise for Joe Phillips. They come down to the final furlong. Here comes Joe Phillips with a rush on the inside, and Joe means business. So does Whiskey Plank. Kids Inheritance between them. Whiskey Plank at 3-1 has left them punch drunk.
We're just about to the late pick 4, and we have a single later on in that sequence. I don't have a huge ticket put together for the pick 4, but the angle is forgiveness. It's one of Paul Allen's favorite angles, and we're going to try to forgive Excel for his recent defeat at Colonial Downs. Now, this is Excel's resume, his past performances, if you will, and there's a few things that we're going to point out in here. First off, he had an excellent couple of races here prior to shipping out east. Those 2 wins were by a clear margin. They were from just off the pace, and they were against a relatively similar sort of group to the one that he'll face here. Excel then went out east and he took on a 6-figure stakes race. It was a very tough one, and in delving in a little bit closer to that, we first have to point out these 3, because that's what we're going to look at. The top 3 that beat him when he was 40-1 have resumes that look like this. Well, this was the winner. He's 4 for 9, he's 8 for 9 in the money, and he's made over $300,000. Not so bad. He did win that race very clear, and he did so at odds on. No shame in losing to him. The horse that ran second, Old Homestead, he's just 4 for 6, has made almost $300,000, and is a multiple stakes winner, as you can see out east. The horse that ran third, No Sabe Nada, no slouch himself. He's 7 for 8 in the top 3. He's made over $160,000, and he kicked off his win with a very impressive win out at Delaware Park. He's running grade 3 company. You don't lose much in losing to these 3 horses. Now, he did run 4th that day, but we're going to see if we can forgive him and get him back to this form. That is Excel making his move on the outside. And when he ran up here on the Northern Stars Turf Festival night, he was extremely impressive. Now, you can see him on the outside of a very tired pace setter, but he was not far off the pace himself. He's learned to relax a little bit. Earlier in the year at Tampa, not so capable of relaxing off the pace. When he's come up here, he has sat just off the pace. He's been very good about stalking and waiting for the rider to give him his cue. And if he can go 109-1, the way that he did that day when he went 6.5 furlongs, going 6, all is forgiven, and Excel should be in the winner's circle. That's the angle for tonight. Now, we have 13 minutes to post for race number 6. The late pick 4 is upon us, and Kevin's down in the paddock to take you through the 6th.
Great job, per usual, Miss Angela. We just saw Whiskey Plank leave him punch drunk to start the pick 5, and we've got a nice birthday celebration out here to my right. It's Jean Lindemann. Her family's been great supporters of our racing. Jean is 83 today. Her husband, Byron, also a big part of number 1, Dare a Big Dream here. So happy birthday to Jean. She's 83. It's a nice family gathering, and yes, we do need to pull for the 1 to run a big race here at Big Odds in honor of Jean's birthday. So enjoy the night, guys. Fun to have them here for the celebration. And hey, what a fun race they're in. There are a couple of scratches here, but turf sprints at Canterbury have been so much fun to handicap. We've seen big prices in these races, so don't let the tote board intimidate you. We've seen a lot of low-priced horses so far on this card. I think of all the races that are remaining, this one has the most intrigue when it comes to maybe that crazy long shot that can intensify the payout in the pick 5. That's what I'm hoping for. I went 5 deep here for a reason, and the horse that I'm going to tell it's going to be a price. So let's handicap the field. We'll start with the birthday girl. We'll start with Jean's horse, number 1, Dare a Big Dream. You get Chad Lindsay, good long shot jockey. You get a barn in the Silva barn that has popped up a couple times this year at a big price. The horse has a nice touch of speed, won last time out, and looked good doing it. In fact, open up a length and a half at the wire in a snappy time of 105.3. That's all good news. Now, the rest of the story is we're on the turf this time. That was on the dirt. The bloodlines are okay for turf racing, but I love that the horse is sharp, going to save every ounce of ground down inside. And it's one of the owner's birthdays, so there's something there for sure. Number 2 is Macho Rocco. Maybe a big sweep by the twins, and people are back on the bandwagon for Rocco Baldelli. Luis Fuentes for Chris Richard. Did a lot of racing at Oaklawn Park over the winter. They don't have a turf course there, so clearly the owners knew coming to Canterbury they get a try on the lawn, and it's a beautiful lawn at that. Bred for the turf, like the 1, making the turf debut, and up on the board at double-digit odds. Number 3 is Bayou Colonel, Harry Hernandez for Gary Shearer. This horse is in terrific form. Crushed a field last time out. Got a 68 Beyer speed figure. If this horse can duplicate that effort, this horse is going to be a handful tonight. On the board taking money at 3-1. Next in line is the 4 Justice Warrior. This is Kelsey Haar riding for Lynn Rarick. Do not sleep on the cutback horse. This is a horse that's been showing great early speed at longer distances. Now they cut back. Now they're going to try a turf sprint, and I think that might be exactly what Justice Warrior wants. I'll say this, the 4 looks great down here in the walking ring, and it's a 9-1 price up on the board. That horse is on my pick 5 ticket. I'd love to see Kelsey Haar work on a trip, probably in this distance from just off the pace. 5 might be the speed of the speed. It's Optimal Courage with Lindy Wade for Brucey Reekin. 3 starts on this turf course, 2 wins and a second. He obviously adores the lawn here in Shakopee. With that keen early speed, I think the horse to catch, probably the horse to beat, and on the board at 2-1. We scratch the 6, we come to the 7. Here's my pick in the race. I'm going to try Miami Crockett. Older fans out there remember Miami Vice. Well, this is a horse in honor of that great show. 3rd off the layoff, sneaky good speed, a good workout, and I think this is a horse that maybe has some good form covered up. If you go back in the racing form, look at those races back last fall at Monmouth, at Tampa. This horse ran into a horse called Chessmaster down at Tampa Bay Downs and ran a pretty good race that day. This horse is sneaky. I'll try Miami Crockett at 7-1. Number 9 is Lonely Private. Never, ever sleep on the Diodoro Bone. I'm a little surprised this horse is 9-1. Good early speed, outside attack post, go-to rider, and sharp workouts. I'm glad I've got the horse on my ticket. I think the horse gets a fair trip, likely stalking the favorite, who right now is the 5. Next in line is the 10. That's Test Pilot taking all kinds of money. Test Pilot on the cutback. Good connections. Padilla. His go-to guy is Alonso Quinones. And I love this post for a horse that's been showing speed going longer. Probably can't get to the lead, but probably sits just off it. Major player here. No doubt about it. 3-1. You can tell by the betting. This one is wide, wide open. You can hit the try or super here. You might need a wheelbarrow to get to your car with all that cash tonight. This is a great betting race. Turf racing coming at you here. Turf time at Canterbury. It's race number 6 in 8. And it's coming up and coming at you next.
The race 6 field has made their way onto the dirt course, and they'll go on the turf in about 6 minutes to race 5 furlongs. This is the start of the late 50-cent pick 4, and you can also bet pick 3s, doubles, exactas, tries, and 10-cent supers. Scratch number 6, Can He Storm, number 8, Take Me Up Brady, and number 11, Turn the Switch. 5 minutes to post. On the screen now, you see a pick 4 ticket that'll cost you all of $6. In the first leg, I opted to go 3, 7, and 10. Took a couple of different approaches as far as pace horses or off the pace horses. My top pick in here, Bayou Colonel, is one that you're going to want to keep an eye on the track. This horse is just generally seems a little cantankerous and gets hot. That's just him. He looks pretty actually good in the paddock, and as I saw him in the post parade. So Bayou Colonel, with another solid effort from off the pace, I think is one of the only horses who will seek to do so. Miami Crockett can pass horses too, and really that was about it for horses that I saw coming from off the pace. So I had to use them both on here. If Test Pilot from that outside post can somehow get a flyer out of the gate, that is the one speedster that I included. But 3, 7, and 10 were the extent of my plays in race number 6. Now in the 7th, we have $4,000 claimers. This is a race that was written back from last week, and I just used a couple of them, that being Yesteryear from On the Pace and Richie's Got Swagger from just off it. Richie's Got Swagger is a dropper, and this is a very good angle for this barn. They're 11 for 21, second off the layoff when they're dropping like this at Canterbury, and just 37% overall with a 50% drop below 10,000. I know it's a lot of numbers, but Richie's Got Swagger is one of the horses that generally picks up a win for this barn. Yesteryear is one of 2 from the Jonathan Wong camp. He looks like the one who's in a little bit better form right now, and so I just went with these 2. I don't think either one is going to be a huge price, so just 4 and 6 for me. 4 and 8 in race number 8. This one is maidens. These are also a right back from race 4 last week. I believe it was Saturday, and this one I thought came down to a horse from On the Pace and a horse from off. They put in 2 from the Silva camp. I took Luna S, one of them, on top. Miss Dutton comes from Off the Pace, and she does so on a drop, so pretty simple. 4 and 8 for me in race number 8. And then in the 9th, I did Single Excel. We just talked about him in the angle. This horse comes out of a really tough race called the Housebuster out of Colonial. I think Excel will get well bet in here. I don't think that he needs to be on the pace. Bring Me a Check, Prince Rama, and Astronaut Oscar might fall into that category, and Excel could fall into a very good trip sitting just off those, and he'll be a short number. And Harry Hernandez is aboard. Lots of arrows pointing to him, so I singled him, and that's what leads to that $6 ticket. If you would like to put in your own pick 4 play, you have 3 minutes to do so. They're going to head to the turf course shortly. Good luck.
They're at the gate. It's post time. Happy birthday, Jean Lindemann, longtime racing fan and horse owner, celebrating her 83rd birthday tonight at Canterbury Park. Best of luck to the one. Jean's husband, Byron, owns Dare a Big Dream. Moving in. Birthday horse. Test Pilot by you, Colonel. Miami Crockett. Justice Warrior. Five, rearing, settling. Favored. Lonely Private. They're racing. It's the 6th at CBY. Optimal Courage came out fast, and so did Miami Crockett. Test Pilot speedy to the outside. Then we come to Macho Rocco. That's the white horse to the inside of Lonely Pirate. 2.5, 3 after that. Justice Warrior. Kelsey's pushing. Bayou Colonel passes that one. 5 lengths from the 3-horse Speed Brigade. Way back in last. Dare a Big Dream. They're approaching the top of the stretch. Optimal Courage to the inside of Miami Crockett. Test Pilot outside of them. Lonely Private at 8-1 is right behind the leaders. And after that, we come to Bayou Colonel. Optimal Courage desperately holding on. Bayou Colonel with a big late move. Outside of that, Miami Crockett, and on the far outside, Justice Warrior. It's Optimal Courage. Here comes the Colonel. Bayou Colonel, 5-3. Pay the 5. Optimal Courage, 2.5-1. Number 5, Optimal Courage, first, 5-3-9-2. The winner, Optimal Courage, claimed for $12,500 by trainer Carl Broberg for Rocket Wrench Racing. 55-73, lickety split final time by Optimal Courage. Official. Exacta 1530, trifecta 59.65, make that 49.65. It was chalk all odds. The pick 3 paid 21.75. Superfecta paid nearly $60 for a dime. 5392. Seventh race, fast main track. Scratch number 3, El Centenario. Racing at Canterbury is provided in part by the Minnesota Lottery. To the winner's circle, Optimal Courage, and CBY's Salt of the Earth, Jockey Lindy Wade. Optimal Courage is owned by William Kennedy Jr., the winning trainer, Bruce Rican, Dracaris. Racing, it's the 6th at CBY. Optimal Courage came out fast, and so did Miami Crockett. Test Pilot Speedy to the outside. Then we come to Macho Rocco. That's the white horse to the inside of Lonely Pirate. 2.5, 3 after that. Justice Warrior. Kelsey's pushing. Bayou Colonel passes that one. 5 lengths from the 3-horse Speed Brigade. Way back in last. Dare a Big Dream. They're approaching the top of the stretch. Optimal Courage to the inside of Miami Crockett. Test Pilot outside of them. Lonely Private at 8-1 is right behind the leaders. And after that, we come to Bayou Colonel. Optimal Courage desperately holding on. Bayou Colonel with a big late move. Outside of that, Miami Crockett, and on the far outside, Justice Warrior. It's Optimal Courage. Here comes the Colonel. Bayou Colonel, 5-3. Pay the 5.
Optimal Courage, good ride by Lindy Wade, saved just enough of that speed to get to the money on the wire, and we sail on now to race number 7. An intriguing cast here, going to go 6 furlongs. We scratch the 3L Centenario on this beautiful night. 11 races in store for you, so 6 down, 5 to go. 3 with the Thoroughbreds, 2 great little quarter horse dashes down the stretch at the end of the card. Let's handicap this field, and don't forget we've got racing tomorrow at 5 o'clock, Saturday 5 o'clock, Sunday Pepsi Family Day, the wonder of it all. Pony rides, a petting zoo, and we go at 1 o'clock. Here they come, the horses right on cue, starting with number 1, King of the Court, Luis Fuentes for Chris Richard. 8 career starts on the Canterbury main track, 5 for 8 in the trifecta with 3 wins. Last time out at 6.5 furlongs was stuck 6 wide. 2 back was second at this level. Absolutely fits. If you're building one of those dime superfectas, take a look at this horse on the bottom side at 11-1. Number 2 is Sway Road. Paul Allen loves this horse. Put the horse right on top. Our track announcer has been doing well with the handicapping. Has a touch of stalking speed, is in good form. And Lindy Wade for Jonathan Wong. Interesting tout by Mr. Paul Allen. Looking good down here in the paddock at 10-1. Next in line comes the 4. It's Yesteryear. Hey, it's the power play horse. It's a Minnesota bred against Open Company. It's a horse that's tried 18 times on the Canterbury main track. 4 wins, 4 seconds, 2/3. I like the energy I'm seeing. I like the ears up, little bounce to the step for Yesteryear. Has early speed, doesn't need the lead, loves this track. And right now getting bet too, 8-5. Number 5 is Sneaky. I'm going to say it right now. This horse might shake loose. It's Cannonball Coming. Rye Echoberry for the Silva Gang. Interesting that Rye Echoberry shows up here. He's an aggressive rider. And if Rye's in a dogfight in mid-stretch, you better pack a lunch. The guy can finish it up fair and square. Cannonball Coming. Ron Burgundy style, 6-1. Number 6 is Richie's Got Swagger. The lovely Angela Herman has this one right on top. Got to pay attention to that. Claimed at the fairgrounds for 17.5, in for 4 now. Big bunny rabbit. Angie loves the 6. Richie's Got Swagger. I see the angle. Little stalking speed here. 9 career wins from 39 starts and taking all kinds of cash at 2-1. Number 7 is Holy Muchacho. Sophia Barandella didn't ride this horse, but she's had a couple of shots in Fargo. This horse won in Fargo, came right back to Canterbury. This horse has a touch of closing kick when right, and on the board at a juicy 21-1. 8 is Freeburg. Outside attack post, Alonso Quinones for Wade Rarick. 11 career wins from 47 starts. This guy knows how to get his picture taken. We'll see if Freeburg can do it one more time. How about the price right now, too? He usually gets bet way down. He's 7-1. Very interesting option. Outside is Just Ask Joel. Last time out, this horse beat some of these in a similar race at 80-1. It was an awesome ride by Zeke Laura. He rides back for Joe Roberts. What a training job that was. 80-1. What do they do for an encore? Last time he was hugging the rail. This time he'll probably be on the wide side. But that was a fun victory to see. Just Ask Joel looking to go boom, boom, back to back. It's race 7. It's the Claimers. Gotta love the Claimers at Canterbury. I've got the race 4, 5, 6. Who do you like? Get your bets in now. Let your heart go racing. They'll be at the gate inside 10 minutes. Good luck.
Hello again from the Mystic Lake Winner's Circle. Now, if you've seen these guys walking around in the blue shirts, they have searched far and wide to find songbirds around Canterbury Park tonight, and they have found the songbird of songbirds. Who do I have down here to play Finish the Lyric?
Janessa.
Janessa, where are you from?
Glencoe.
Okay. Janessa has been studying, I'm told, Miss Martina McBride. She is the subject of Finish the Lyric tonight, and the song is Independence Day. Now, do you do a lot of karaoke?
Not much.
Now, when you do you ever sing Martina McBride?
I haven't.
Okay, have you heard of the song Independence Day?
Oh, yes.
Okay, if you've heard of that song, all you're going to have to do is sing a couple of lyrics from it. You're going to win tickets to next Friday's concert to Martina McBride. So, we're going to turn around, we're going to look at the tote board. TV's going to play us a little clip of it in the lyrics. All you got to do is finish it off, and you win. Are you ready?
Yes.
All right, let's sing. That is right on the money. Very, very nice, Janessa. You won. You won a couple of tickets to Martina McBride's concert next Friday. Now, on top of your lyrical talents, do I have your handicapping advice for race number 7? You've got 3 minutes to post. Who's the winner?
I'm not sure. 3.
Okay, the 3 is scratched. El Centenario. Try a different one.
4.
Okay, yesteryear's the selection from one Miss Janessa down here in the winner's circle. Thank you for playing Finish the Lyric, and we'll see you next Friday.
Thank you.
All right, we've got 2 minutes to post for race number 7. Good luck.
They're at the gate, and it is now post time into the second half of the Wednesday extravaganza. Back at it tomorrow with live music at 5 o'clock. Saturday, Food Truck Festival, 5 o'clock. Sunday, Family Day. Best day of the week for the kids. That's 1 o'clock. We have 1 month of racing remaining at Canterbury Park. Get your tickets at the website, canterburypark.com. Save a couple of bucks. And come see us when you get the opportunity. Richie's Got Swagger, 8-5. Yesteryear, 8-5. Those two dominate the win wagering. Richie Got Swagger, now 3-2. Moving in. Richie's Got Swagger, Holy Muchacho, Cannonball Coming, Got a Mousse, Freeburg, and Just Ask Joel. And they're racing. Yesteryear from the center is a speedy Minnesotan, and Yesteryear with Harry opening up by about 1. After that is Freeburg to the outside of Cannonball Coming. Then on the inside, King of the Court joined by Sway Road, and now they have less than a half mile to go. Sway Road, 3 from the front, blocked. Outside of that, Just Ask Joel. That one is circumnavigating around the turn, 5 wide. And the two, about 13, maybe 12 lengths out of it, are Richie's Got Swagger. That's the white horse. And Holy Muchacho is last. They approach the top of the lane. And Yesteryear is holding on to a tenuous advantage. To the inside, King of the Court. To the outside, Freeburg. Sway Road behind them. Then we have Just Ask Joel. That one's to the outside of Cannonball Coming. Yesteryear tugs them along. Outside, Freeburg firing. Sway Road between them firing. And on the inside is King of the Court. Yesteryear a nostril. Freeburg attacks at 15-1. Freeburg lays down the law and prevails. 8-4-2 in race 7. Claim Za. Bodo. Eight, 4-9. First upset of the night, 110.27. 2 claims. The winner, Freeburg, was claimed. Lexan Backhouse is the new owner-trainer. And Richie Got Swagger, claimed by Hugo Rodriguez for Hermio Racing Stables. Winner tagged $4,000. Backhouse. Richie's Got Swagger, claimed Rodriguez Hermio. Seventh official. Exacta $60.20, 50-cent trifecta $171.60. The 10-cent superfecta paid $164 for a dime. Double $50. Pick 3 on races 5, 6, and 7, $98.95. Into the winner's enclosure, Freeburg and Alonzo Quinones. The winning owners, Larry Watson and Wade Rarick. The winning trainer, Wade Rarick. Freeburg. 8th race, fast main track. We have a pick 4 on the final 4 live races. It's only 50 cents. No scratches, no rider changes in the upcoming 8th race. The 8th is provided by Think Minnesota Realty. It is thinkminnesota.com. And they're racing. Yesteryear from the center is a speedy Minnesotan, and Yesteryear with Harry opening up by about 1. After that is Freeburg to the outside of Cannonball Coming. Then on the inside, King of the Court joined by Sway Road, and now they have less than a half mile to go. Sway Road 3 from the front blocked. Outside of that, Just Ask Joel. That one is circumnavigating around the turn 5 wide, and the 2 about 13, maybe 12 lengths out of it are Richie's Got Swagger. That's the white horse, and Holy Muchacho is last. They approach the top of the lane, and Yesteryear is holding on to a tenuous advantage. To the inside, King of the Court. To the outside, Freeburg. Sway Road behind them. Then we have Just Ask Joel. That one's to the outside of Cannonball Coming. Yesteryear tugs them along. Outside, Freeburg firing. Sway Road between them firing. And on the inside is King of the Court. Yesteryear a nostril. Freeburg attacks at 15-1. Freeburg lays down the law and prevails. 8-4-2 in race 7.
Kevin Gorg, Angela Herman out here in the paddock. And Ange, we finally got an upset. Freeburg was 6-1 in the morning line. Looked like at least one of the prime contenders. And the horse just kind of drifted and drifted and drifted. Next thing you know, Alonso Quinones storms home at 15-1. So for the pick 5, if you had that one, you could be sitting on a nice score now.
Right, and that added a little bit of spice in a place where a lot of people were honing in on maybe 1 or 2 horses in that field. A lot of those pick 5 tickets are now kaboom, they're gone. Now we're on to race number 8. This actually starts a new pick 4. A couple of quarter horse races, a couple of thoroughbred races involved in it, and a complex maiden group with some dropping out of state bred races, some dropping out of maiden special weights. It all depended on which way you went. Were you going with a class dropper, or did you stick with a horse that you thought might be able to take them all the way?
Yeah, in these maiden races, I look for speed, and I just, as I looked at this race, I didn't see a ton of it in this field. And you know, here's our guy Harry Hernandez, who's been smoking hot. He's got the best speed. He's got, I think, the real athlete in the field in Luna S. And oh, by the way, she exits a maiden race last time out in early July, where both Reposado and Mia Baby have come back to win and win nicely. So this horse has clearly faced better competition. You're going to have to probably hang on for dear life late, because I think she's going to be loose, and she might have to get, you know, again, that last 100 yards with someone charging at her, like maybe Kelsey Haar and the 4, but I just think the 8's got way too much speed for this field, Ange.
Well, yeah, and she comes with a teammate in form of Ballast, and this is also a silver racing horse. Both of these two have been entered with stablemates in the past, and their other stablemate has generally been a little bit more heavily bet. Harry Hernandez rides more for the barn. He's done very well with the barn, and Miguel is 6 for 27, dropping horses from maiden special weights to maiden claimers here at Canterbury. It's a good angle in a lot of ways for them, and she is taking a lot of money as accordingly. Now, if you think that somebody's going to go with this horse, do you think Planetary, maybe Chama, maybe even the firster Z Perfect Run, who is getting very excited coming over here for her first start, do you think that they could soften Luna S up enough for maybe somebody to come and sweep them up late?
You know, I think it's possible. The 1 puts the blinkers on, has a touch of speed, and probably with Rye, who's such a strong rider, has to show some speed. I think the 3 is the X factor. You've got Zeke Laura on a horse with natural speed. So, yeah, I think the 3, if you're betting the 8, is one to watch early, because if that 3 gets out there and makes the 8 work for the money, that's going to give Kelsey Haar the garden spot late. Kelsey Haar's on the 4, who I wanted to see in the paddock and looks spectacular. I love the way this horse comes into the race, that workout since the last third time over the Canterbury main track, and again, another horse that's faced better competition. I think the 4 looks spectacular down here. So if you like the 8, I think there are 2 keys. Can you get loose of the 3, and can you hold off Kelsey late, because she's going to be coming?
Well, one more question for you before they head out to the paddock. What do you make of the 1? Oh So Blue, making the biggest change of all, dropping from 40s, putting blinkers on, getting Rye Eccleberry. Lots of changes in store for her. I thought she would be bred to go a little bit longer than she's going today, but are these changes enough at 12-1 to give this filly a significant propel forward?
Anybody who knows me knows I love Mac Robertson and all his horses, but he doesn't give stuff away. And this horse, once again, is on a double dip. Drop from maiden special down to maiden 40. Now the big drop down in, if you want this horse, you can get it for 12.5. So I can see the horse winning. I don't doubt that the horse is a contender, at least on the fringe side of things. Mac doesn't give stuff away, and the horse is double digits, so I'm going to make a stand against the 1.
Okay, well, you're against the 1. We're both on board with the 8. 8, 4, and 3 for the both of us. And right now, Luna S, the top choice of both of Kevin and I, and just about everybody on the grid, I'm sure, is 4-5. This begins the pick 4 anew. You can do pick 3s. You can do exactas, tries, supers, all sorts of wagering options. You have 8 minutes to do so, whichever one you decide on. Good luck. We'll be back down here in the paddock to take you through the 9th, the final thoroughbred event of the evening.
It's post time into the gate for the 8th.
Pack 'em, boys. Get over there. Try something. Pack the 6 here. You got it.
6 packing. Grandiose Summer. Shama. Luna S, prohibitively favored. Here comes Miss Dutton, 4.5 to 1. Shama. Now the favored filly, one of 2 in the race, trained by the Thumbs Up gang. The other is Ballas, 5 to 1. The 8, Luna S, the favorite, has unseated the rider and is running off clockwise.
Good job, Harry. Now I got a chance.
Backing them out. Ladies and gentlemen, scratch number 8, Luna S. Number 8, Luna S has been scratched. Refunds available right now for Win Play Show, Exacta, Trifecta, and Superfecta wagers, along with doubles beginning here in race 8. There will be a consolation double paid to tickets with the 8 from the winner of race 7, so hold on to those. Pick 3, 4, and 5 wagers involving number 8, Luna S, will shift to the starting favorite. Number 8, Luna S, a late scratch. If you would like to get your refund and re-wager, you can do so right now. The horses are milling about behind the gate, but they'll be there relatively soon, so you better hustle. Number 8, Luna S, a late scratch. Pick 3, 4, and 5 wagers. Head to the starting favorite in the penultimate leg of the pick 5. Planetary, the current 2 to 1 favorite. Miss Dutton, 2.5 to 1. Luna S, out. Back at the gate and moving in. Oh So Blue, Half Scout, Ballas, Grandiose Summer, Six Pack Take Two, Planetary, favored by about $600 over Miss Dutton. We share that because the favorite in race 8, Luna S, scratched a few minutes ago. Pick 3, 4, and 5 wagers. Go to the starting favorite. Planetary 2-1, Miss Dutton 2.5-1, Ballas 3.5-1. About 1,700 behind Planetary. Z Perfect Run has gone in. And they're racing. Slow beginning for Ballas and a great beginning for Half Scout at 0 for 15. Oh So Blue looks to get into the black to the inside. Planetary behind them. And on the wide side is Z Perfect Run. Between them is Shema. Then it's about 3.5 back to Miss Dutton, giving way to Grandiose Summer. And the one in last is Ballas. And the one in first is Half Scout. And Half Scout is kicked away by 3.5 and done so nicely. Planetary flashes out of the crowd as a joint second to the inside of Shema. Then we come to Oh So Blue and Z Perfect Run, and they're chasing Half Scout at 4.5-1. It is Half Scout showing the way in a race. Planetary is favored. Half Scout full bore as they head for home. That lead is 6, and it's Half Scout from Planetary, Shema, and behind them is Oh So Blue, all left in the wake of a keen turn of speed displayed by Half Scout, a maiden, no more. 5, 4, 9, or 6. Make it the 6. 5, 4, 6, race 8. Number 5, Half Scout, ran first. 5, 4, 6, and a 4th place photo. Z Perfect Run 4th. It's official. Trifecta 112.30. That exacta 18.60. 10-cent superfecta 128.58. 8's wild in the double, paid nearly $11. The 8-5 double 197.60. Pick 3, $420.15. Half Scout heads to the winner's enclosure with Eduardo Gallardo. The winning owner, David Garcia Altamirano. And the winning trainer, Robert Klein. 8-8 double, 19 and change. That's the consolation double. Ninth race should be a humdinger. No scratches, no rider changes. Post time in 20 minutes. And they're racing. Slow beginning for Ballas and a great beginning for Half Scout at 0 for 15. Oh, so Blue looks to get into the black to the inside. Planetary behind them. And on the wide side is Z Perfect Run. Between them is Shema. Then it's about 3.5 back to Miss Dutton, giving way to Grandiose Summer. And the one in last is Ballas. And the one in first is Half Scout. And Half Scout is kicked away by 3.5 and done so nicely. Planetary flashes out of the crowd as a joint second to the inside of Shema. Then we come to Oh So Blue and Z Perfect Run, and they're chasing Half Scout at 4.5 to 1. It is Half Scout showing the way in a race Planetary is favored. Half Scout full bore as they head for home. That lead is 6, and it's Half Scout from Planetary, Shema, and behind them is Oh So Blue, all left in the wake of a keen turn of speed displayed by Half Scout, a maiden, no more. 5, 4, 9, or 6. Make it the 6. 5, 4, 6. Race 8.
In June of 1995, Canterbury Park Park Hall of Fame.
The old half scout to the lead trick. It's the oldest trick in the book. And, you know, horse racing's a funny game. You look at that racing form, and we do it for hours upon hours to get ready for these race cards. Sometimes they fool you, and I get it. Klein had a couple horses in there, and with the 8 before it scratched being the lone speed, they probably wanted that 5 to be up near the lead. Yes. Didn't show a lot of speed on paper, and all of a sudden, 8 scratches, 5 gets loose on the front. And that's the underlay of the century at 9-2, and the pick 5 payoffs speak to that.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know how much late money came on that horse in the last click. You say he didn't show hardly any speed. This horse showed no speed outside of one muddy track race down at Oaklawn Park. If you're a figures person, he made sense. I get it. And you thought that horse was probably going to be aggressively ridden. He was, and nobody could keep up. That's that, I guess. Yeah.
How about these payoffs in the pick 5? The lowest of the payoffs is $6,000 plus. Woo. My top pick in the race here is the 5 Lenny K, and it's, what'd you say, over $26,000?
$26,000. Yeah, you're the biggest payout in all of these 7 horses. There's a couple. The 1 and the 4 are paying the same, and I believe the 2 and the 6 are paying the same. But the 5 is above and beyond them all at over $26,000. Somebody from Canada, maybe the Olwellings, watching along and hoping that Lenny K can get the job done for 5 figures. But
there's a lot of speed in the race. I'll tell you what. Your horse, XL, all speed. Prince Rama's quick. Bring Me a Check is quick. Astronaut Oscar's speedy. Something's got to give on the front. I think Lenny K, if he can take to the dirt, and that's the problem. We don't know what this horse is going to do on dirt. He's been on synthetic. He's been on turf. Has not been on dirt. So that'll be the key. If he takes to the dirt, then maybe we got a shot. But it's certainly not taking a lot of money in the in the horizontal wagers, and we'll see how it plays out. But I think the 5 can come get the money. Take me through the trip that XL is going to get here with all the other speed.
Well, pause first, because you can see the pick 4 payouts on the screen right now, much different than the pick 5 payouts. But I didn't think that XL was all speed. XL has shown a little bit more willingness to rate since coming up here to Canterbury. Maybe down at Tampa, he wanted to go get in the jaws of the pace every time. Even his first start up here in May, I think that they sent him on it because there was a short field that he was up against. They didn't want him to get too far behind. They know this horse has speed, but he can sit just off. I thought that Prince Rama, Bring Me a Check, and Astronaut Oscar maybe didn't have that to them at this point, and Excel could get a very good trip just behind them. I don't know how much dirt he wants to take in his face. He might get a wide trip, but going from 6.5 to 6, if he does have to cover a little bit of extra ground to keep the dirt out of his face and stay close to the leaders, I thought that Excel would get an excellent sort of trip in here. I wish he was drawn further to the outside. I can't change that. Harry Hernandez is seeing the ball right now. So if he's aboard this horse and he can get him to relax any fraction off that pace, he's going to be very tough to beat. That field that he lined up against in the Housebuster was excellent, and Excel ran 4th in that spot but loses little in defeat. He was 40-1. The expectations weren't that high. Now, if you're going to go against Excel and you're not going to take one of the pace runners, you like Lenny Kay, who do you use with him? Who do you think can come with him and perhaps make a closer-laden exacta?
I like the 1. I think Colonel Klink is super sneaky in the exotics to sit on the rail, wait. We've seen a lot of Chicago shippers come up here and do decently. I don't know if I like him to win, but I do like him to hit the ticket in the try and super underneath style. I think he gets a nice trip, 4 or 5 lengths off, just waiting to pounce. And if they go too quick early, whether it's the 2, my 5, or somebody else, the 1 can get a piece of this at a nice price.
Right. Colonel Klink used to be a speedster, but he, kind of like Excel, has developed a different running style with age. It's been a little while since he's won. I mean, you have to go back pretty far on the page, but this horse is putting good enough performances, I agree with you, to be in the mix. I took him 2nd, and I took your Lenny K 3rd, but you can see up on the board 5 different top selections from a grid of 7 handicappers. Even though there's 7 in this field, it is one of the most contentious races of the night, and a heck of a way to end these pick 4s and pick 5s. We've got a couple of quarter horse races coming up after this. Good luck if you're alive. You're in line for a big score should you come home victorious in 8 minutes. We're going to find out who does. They're headed onto the track right now with Lynn Diker to bring them on.
It is Sir Leonard Dykert bringing them onto the track with the call to the post for race number 9. No scratches. 50-cent pick 3 wagering on the final 3 live races tonight. Good luck. The horses are arriving at the starting gate, and it is post time for the 9th at CBY. Looks like a humdinger. Colonel Clink here from Chicago. 6 wins, about $1.50 in earnings. Excel 2 for 3 on the Canterbury main track. Prince Rama 4 of 12 here. Earnings sneaking up on 100K. Reef's Destiny, it's made 160,000. 7-year-old looking to win 2 in a row. Lenny K wears the all-welling colors. They win all over the country. This one has earnings at nearly 200 grand. Ran in a grade 3 at Woodbine a few months ago. Bring Me a Check. Rich looking for his first victory on the dirt at CBY. Astronaut Oscar, Mr. Matson's Minnesotan, very, very fast. Looking to win 2 in a row. Oscar 10-1, Excel 8-5, and favored. The 7 tried to get a jump on the crowd. And they're racing. Astronaut Oscar blasts off as the gates open. And Oscar puts a length and a half on the field early. Excel finds his feet and revs up on the inside to join Oscar. Likewise for Prince Rama and Excel. Excel spreads out and opens up by a length. In second is Prince Rama. Astronaut Oscar outbroke the field but is heading the wrong way. Overtaken by Bring Me a Check and Reef's Destiny. After that it is Lenny K, 7 lengths out of it. The Woodbine Steam is closing in, and Colonel Clink is last. The Chicago Steam is 13 out of it, and Excel leads it with Harry. It's Excel leading it by 2. Prince Rama lays second. Outside of that, Bring Me a Check. Then it's Reef's Destiny, Astronaut Oscar. Lenny K is 9 out of it, running on but needing to do more, and nothing from the Colonel. Colonel Clink is last, and Excel is first, still leading it clearly. It's Excel by a length and a half. Prince Rama shifts ground. Outside of that is Bring Me a Check, then it's Reef's Destiny and Lenny K. Excel fully on the grind. Here's Bring Me a Check trying to cash that check in the winner's circle, and it's done. Bring Me a Check prevails. 9th official. Into the winner's circle, Bring Me a Check and Luis Fuentes. Couple of victories tonight at CBY for Wasabi Ventures Stables. And the winning trainer, Tony Rengstorff. Pick 4, $16.77. Pick 5 paid $6,200. Well done. The exacta $7.40, trifecta $13.80. And the superfecta, $9 and change. The 10th race is the Wednesday penultimate. Scratch number 3, Find a Rider. Number 5, PR Little Miss Guns, picked up by Ramiro Garcia. The 10th, 20 minutes from now. And they're racing. Astronaut Oscar blasts off as the gates open. And Oscar puts a length and a half on the field early. XL finds his feet and revs up on the inside to join Oscar. Likewise for Prince Rama and XL. XL spreads out and opens up by a length. In second is Prince Rama. Astronaut Oscar outbroke the field but is heading the wrong way. Overtaken by Bring Me a Check and Reef's Destiny. After that it is Lenny K, 7 lengths out of it. The Woodbine Steam is closing in, and Colonel Klink is last. The Chicago Steam is 13 out of it, and XL leads it with Harry. It's XL leading it by 2. Prince Rama lays second. Outside of that, Bring Me a Check. Then it's Reef's Destiny, Astronaut Oscar. Lenny K is 9 out of it, running on but needing to do more, and nothing from the Colonel. Colonel Klink is last, and XL is first, still leading it clearly. It's XL by a length and a half. Prince Rama shifts ground. Outside of that is Bring Me a Check, then it's Reef's Destiny and Lenny K. XL fully on the grind. Here's Bring Me a Check trying to cash that check in the winner's circle, and it's done. Bring Me a Check prevails.
Welcome back to the studio. It's quarter horse time. We have a quarter horse double to end things off here on Wednesday. We're 13 minutes away from the first half of it. Very crowded field. Just one scratch in here. The 3 Find a Rider is out. Make the rider on number 5, Garcia. So we're still left with a field of 9. Kevin, I know that you feel strongly about Michael B in this spot, but a number of possibilities and horses who have seen each other quite a bit in the past. What leads you to like Michael B?
Well, I think Michael B, as I've looked at the season progress, is a horse that's faced some tough competition and just, I think, is begging for the shorter trip. Last time out, I don't think 400 yards against that caliber of horse was going to lead to a victory. Went off at nearly 6-1. Showed some speed from that pesky rail spot, and now we go 330 yards. And the distance suits. I think this horse has great alacrity right out of the gate. Seems to pop out there nicely. In fact, 3 straight races where this horse has been right up on the lead. And surrounded by horses that, frankly, aren't that quick. So I think the 8 can outbreak the 7 and the 9, get in a good spot, kind of cross over, get down to the meat and potatoes of the race, which to me is the 2, 4, and the 5. And I just think the horse is better. And so if you're going to give me 3-1 or above, it's time to head to the machine and make a solid win bet. And I just think this horse, as I handicap the race, is set up to win.
Okay, fair enough. And I thought that maybe a little bit more than 330 yards might suit Michael B. He seems to get a little bit stronger as they go. He's broken very well in his last 3, though. And it's kind of hard. You got to take the North Star State Derby with a little bit of a grain of salt. The big favorite blew the break that day.
Yep.
It didn't leave many left to contend, and Michael B. picked up second that day. It was still a good second. I mean, he was a maiden in against winners, but...
And he did beat Tommy Guns in that race.
That's true. And Tommy Guns is going to be one of the favorites in here. In fact, right now, he is the outright favorite at 5-2. He draws towards the inside. I did take this horse third. I'm going off 330 races. I mean, 300, 350. He hasn't raced right in the middle. This horse usually outbreaks most, and Tommy Guns has shown good speed on this track this year and last year. It seems that he's gotten a little bit better at 3, but I didn't love the inside draw, and this horse just sort of keeps at one pace, it seems. This level has been a good fit for him, but not good enough to win. So I used him underneath because I thought there'd be good prices to his outside. I'm getting 5-1 on PR Little Miss Guns, who does get the rider change in here. She was a length behind Relentless Babe, Relentless Courage. Those are names that you see in the past who have won or placed in quite a few races themselves. They're stakes quality sort of horses. Even if Little Miss Guns isn't quite that caliber, I think she's good enough to do well in here. She only has run once this year. Some of these have a lot of miles on the tires, and you get 5-1. That's good enough for me. I think that she's got more than she's shown thus far, but we're both neglecting the one with the most royal blood to him, at least as far as Minnesota breds go. That's Avery's Rocket. Now, you have this horse second. Can Avery's Rocket beat Michael B?
Oh, for sure. I mean, if the horse runs the proverbial A game race here, absolutely. It's Olmsted, it's Escobedo. Probably ran a winning race last time against Flinging Pate, who just ran a phenomenal race, and this horse got beat in neck. Same spot, though, kind of in the middle part of the post, which I think is a good spot for these cues, and certainly merits a long look. Anytime you see that trainer with that pilot, and you're putting together a trifecta or superfecta, you're nuts if you don't put those horses into your equation. We need to find some value, though. Every horse we're talking about is getting bet down. There's got to be a sneaky bomber, and I think I've got something with Kelsey.
Tell me.
I think I've got Kelsey Har. Now, again, this is not a horse I think can win, but I do think Favorite Grandma can pick up some pieces late and clomp into the trifecta or superfecta at a price. And I think Mousie's sitting up here trying to figure out his dime super, and I think he's going to have that 9 right in slots 3 and 4, and I think that's where Favorite Grandma can do some damage.
Okay, but she's 6-1. If you're looking for something that's double digits and you want to throw it into the mix, maybe the rail horse, Apolitical Bunny, who usually gets close enough to get a piece. I mean, you can toss the 1 out, 2 back. That was just a bad break for her and a bad finish for her. And maybe toss out Avery's Rocket a few back. He triggered his flipping halter, I believe, and he got spun around right out of the gate. That's a toss out. There's some excuses for here. I believe maybe Tommy Guns bled a few back. There's definite reasons where you could see a turnaround for a lot of these at a decent price like the rail horse. So I would say that would be the one I would throw in as a sneaky bomber underneath. But you can see a lot of white, green, yellow, and pink on that board right now. I got PR Little Miss Guns on top. A lot agree with Kevin with Michael B on top. It's a good way to start the late double. It'll take off in about 8 minutes. Tommy Guns is your current 5-2 favorite. They head out to the track right now. Kevin and I will join you for the last to cap things off on this 11-race Wednesday card.
There you go.
Into the gate they go. It is now post time for the 10th. The Canterbury Wednesday penultimate. Racing for an allowance purse of 20 large. Michael B, 2-1. Tommy Guns, 2.5-1. The top two win wagering choices. PR Little Miss Guns goes in. Favorite Grandma in. Game Gone West, last in line. They all set. Then it go. Avery's rocket out fast with Tommy Guns inside EOSA Political Bunny. From the 8th spot, Michael B firing. PR Little Miss Guns also between them. 5 and 8 to the line together. Pay that 5 at 6-1. Photo. Result of the photo shows number 5, PR Little Miss Guns at 6-1. Beaten favorite in second, 5-8-4-2. And it's official. Exacta 2180, trifecta 4380, 10-cent superfecta 1532, 6-5 double 4570, and the pick 3 on races 8, 9, and 10 30820. The 11th is our final live race this evening. No scratches, no rider changes. They will be to the gate just 17 minutes from now. In the winner's enclosure, it is PR Little Miss Guns and Ishmael, make that Romero Garcia. Romero Garcia, the winning rider. For winning owner Eileen Myers and winning trainer Tyler Stein. PR Little Miss Guns is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by BP Phoenix Reigns out of Garters and Guns. Bred in Minnesota by the winning owner Eileen Myers. Avery's rocket out fast with Tommy Guns inside EOS Political Bunny. From the 8th spot, Michael B. firing. PR Little Miss Guns also between them. 5 and 8 to the line together. Pay that 5 at 6-1.
battle right down to the wire, Mr. Gorg.
Our top 2 picks, and you had that 6-1 right on top. Hope people played our exact. Hope you played Angela's horse. And that was a great race. That was what you hope for in a quarter horse race. Yeah. 2 heads to the wire together. And, last week when we watched quarter horse racing, we saw kind of the inside of the middle part of the track be the place you wanted to be in. For years, I've loved horses way to the outside. That is not the place to be right now.
No. 3, 4, 5, maybe even out to the 6 hole. That's where you want to be. And, you can't help that they're all decent parts of the track. It just seems to be where they're running best. Well, I'm going to try the 6 horse. I believe you're going to try the 6 horse in here. Paul is on the 3 Cool Susie, and these 2 looked like they were the main 2 contenders in the last. You can see by the board, they're head and shoulders away from everybody else as far as the odds go. 2-1 on Cool Susie. Our horse Shine On Piloto is 6-5. Why'd you like her? Because I can go into it in a second.
Well, I saw a good debut on a muddy track, and you never know what to do when horses run big on debut and it's a wet surface. But getting back onto a fast main track, you get Escobedo for Olmsted. You get a horse that clearly has talent. And now this horse should be fresh. Raced way back on July the 7th. We've got over a month of Olmsted training this horse. And with a young horse, probably still learning some things, I got to trust the trainer here. I think this horse takes a big step forward. And I think this horse is in a great position to win.
Well, and this was Plan B, because like we were just talking about before, she was on her way over for her Northlands Futurity trial, and something happened. I don't know exactly if she flipped or what happened, but Shine On Piloto was scratched on the way over here to go run in the Northlands. So obviously they think a lot of her. This is Plan B. That's fine. And she ran well enough going 330. I think 300 shouldn't be a problem. She broke right on top, and unlike normal, everything on the rail was winning that night. Thoroughbreds, quarter horses, the whole shoot and shebang. And Shine On Piloto and Cool Susie ran that night. Both of them were in kind of the middle part of the track where, in theory, you'd want to be, but that night, not so much. Now, this one to the outside, I think will be able to stay clear of trouble. She usually breaks very well, and she's found a field that doesn't usually break quite as sharp as she does. So I think a lot weighed in the favor of this one. She's 3-5. Woohoo! But, sometimes that's what you get. A 6-horse maiden field. There's not a lot to work with. You just have to go with what you see. And Cool Susie in second for me made sense off 2 very close second place.
Those odds are going to come back. It's going to even out. I do. Okay. You look at the speed index number at 71, which is a bigger number than the 6 debuted with. You look at back-to-back races where the horse was involved in the win photo. This horse 2 back, lost by a neck. Last time lost by a nose. Beverly's been good enough in the saddle. So, no, I think come post time, I think the 6 ends up around 4-5 or even money. I think the 3 comes down a touch, ends up probably 7-5, 8-5. They're going to be much closer in odds come post time. I think if you look at these numbers, and you look at the way, again, there's a lot of handicappers on Cool Susie. Yeah. We got the Track Phantom. We got the Litza Steam in the Tribune. We got Paul Allen. So, yeah, I think the odds will even out. Now, let's take a look at the horses for the first time. We get to see them. They're out of the enclosure ranch. Take us through maybe what you're looking for. When you see lightly raced maiden race with quarter horses, what do you want to see right now in the paddock?
Well, I want to see a horse who can maintain their composure, obviously, but a horse that looks actually excited to do it instead of just lost down there in the paddock. Sometimes you see a horse just looking around at everything. They just don't quite get it yet, but a lot of these 2-year-olds at least have a start or 2 to them. Shine On Piloto and Sawyer Strange only have 1 start apiece to them, but we'll see how those fillies act out there. The lights can be something that they haven't necessarily dealt with before, but everybody looks like they're being pretty good, and they're going to kind of go out to the track in a hurry because we do have some lightning forecasted in the area. They're going to get them moving right out to the gate. That might play well for some of these 2-year-olds. They don't have to make circles around the paddock. They don't have to warm up at extent. They can just go do their job, and they don't have to take a lot of time to get there. Now, I do see Sawyer Strange a little bit hesitant to get Kelsey Haar aboard, but it doesn't look like she's expending any sort of excess energy in getting the rider aboard. She looks very nice down in the paddock.
She looks great.
Yeah, Sawyer Strange didn't break very sharp in her debut down at Remington Park, and she did get disqualified in the process because she banged pretty hard into the horse to her left, but she was coming on at the end of things. She did have some good long strides. I would maybe want more than 300 yards for her. That was my main argument against her. Now, Vio's Candy Prince, just next door, has started from the far outside, has started from the rail, now gets in the middle. What do you make of the 4?
Anytime Ed Ross Hardy has a horse and it's a price, I'm interested. And the horse does come out of a race where a lot of ooh la la was victorious. That could be a really nice quarter horse, so that might be the handicapping angle, but I think the 6 is going to be tough to beat. I'm going to stick to my guns.
Fair enough. Okay, same here. We both have the 6. As you can see, Jay, Litza, Track Phantom, Paul Ellen have the 3. Everybody's on one or the other. They're 3-1 and 3-5 right now with 6 minutes to post. Get in your bets early. They're going to head straight to the gate, and we hope you go out a winner in race number 11. Good luck.
One more. Have a good night, okay? You too. See you tomorrow. That's good. Have a good night. Yes, sir. You too, Bart. Thank you.
They're at the gate. It's post time. They're in the gate for the 11th. And they're racing. Cool Susie wins the start. Fast beginning for Apolitical Jim. Then on the outside, Shine on Piloto is firing. 1, 5, and 6 to the line together. Here is Sawyer Strange in a photo with that 6. Photo finish. The numbers. The 11th official. Trifecta 55 and change, superfecta 26. The double paid 68.70. The final pick 3, 169. Final pick 4, 2,045. That exacta paid 23.60. And the final winner this evening, Sawyer Strange and Kelsey Haar. The winning owners, Whiting Ranch, and the winning trainer, Alan Hibshaw. Thanks for joining us. Racing resumes tomorrow at 5 o'clock. racing. Cool Susie wins the start. Fast beginning for Apolitical Jim. Then on the outside, Shine on Piloto is firing. 1, 5, and 6 to the line together. Here is Sawyer Strange in a photo with that 6.